Cek, cek.
White Campus yang terbuka bagi setiap warga negara. Tempat belajar arti indahnya keragaman tanpa harus melupakan arti penting ketaatan pada nilai-nilai keagamaan. White Campus Dr. Subandi adalah kampus impian yang memberikan pengalaman global dengan rekognisi pembelajaran internasional yang berakhlakul karimah. Di program studi dengan akreditasi dan fasilitas yang unggul, tempatmu mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan di berbagai bidang ilmu. White Campus adalah salah satu kampus dengan desain bangunan yang unik dan kampus unggulan dengan berbagai inovasi berkelanjutan di berbagai bidang ilmu yang menjadi kampus impian di mana tempatmu belajar dengan bebas di tengah indahnya kota Jember untuk mendukungmu menjadi generasi muda yang berakhlakul karimah, aktif, dan inovatif. Kemitraan aktif dan kolaboratif yang kuat telah menjadi bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari universitas. Kemitraan internasional dan nasional menciptakan peluang untuk mobilitas mahasiswa, dosen, dan staf dalam kolaborasi penelitian dan pengabdian di masyarakat. White Campus berkomitmen menjadi pelopor kampus swasta yang mencetak generasi muda intelektual yang berakhlakul karimah dan cerdas secara spiritual, dengan akar yang kuat dalam tradisi kebebasan akademik untuk mendukung kebebasan berekspresi untuk berkontribusi akan solusi dari masalah yang dihadapi. Visi Universitas Dr. Subandi menjadi universitas yang unggul, berdaya guna dalam ipteks dan berakhlakul karimah. Misi Universitas Dr. Subandi 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang unggul dan berbasis ipteks. 2. Menyelenggarakan penelitian yang inovatif dan berkontribusi pada ipteks. 3. Menyelenggarakan pengabdian masyarakat berbasis ipteks yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat. 4. Menyelenggarakan kerjasama dan tata kelola universitas yang berprinsip good governance. 5. membudayakan nilai-nilai akhlakul karimah pada setiap kegiatan sivitas akademika.
Selamat datang di kampus Universitas Dr. Subandi, Jember. Kampus Universitas Dr. Subandi terdiri dari 4 gedung megah, yaitu Gedung A, Gedung B, Gedung C, Gedung D, dan bangunan pendukung lainnya. Di Gedung A, terdapat 2 lantai laboratorium pendukung pembelajaran. Pada lantai 1, terdapat 1. Lab gawat darurat, 2. Lab ICU, NICU, dan PICU, 3. Depo alat dan bahan, 4. Lab keperawatan medikal bedah dan kamar operasi, 5. Lab ANC dan KB, 6. Lab holistik kebidanan, 7. Lab balita dan apras, 8. Lab kebidanan dan keperawatan maternitas. Pada lantai 2 terdapat 1. Lab holistik komplementer alternatif, 2. Komisi etik penelitian kesehatan, 3. Lab dasar keperawatan, 4. Lab komunitas, keluarga, gerontik, remaja, dan pranikah, 5. Lab jiwa, 6. Ruang konseling, 7. Depo alat dan bahan, 8. Lab anatomi, 9. Lab anak dan perinatologi. Pada gedung B lantai 1 terdapat ruang dosen dan rektorat. Pada gedung B lantai 2 terdapat perpustakaan, Museum Dr. Subandi, dan OSCE Center. Pada gedung C lantai 1 terdapat 1. Lab instrumen kimia, 2. Lab patologi klinik, 3. Lab kimia dan biokimia atau lab kimia farmasi, 4. Lab toksikologi atau lab farmakologi toksikologi. Pada gedung C lantai 2 terdapat 1. Lab farmasetika, 2. Lab biologi molekuler, 3. Lab mikrobiologi farmasi, 4. Lab steril, 5. Lab compounding, 6. Lab teknologi farmasi. Pada gedung D terdapat 1. Convention Hall, 2. CBT Center, 3. Lab komputer, 4. 13 ruang kelas representatif, 5. Lab biokimia, 6. Lab patologi anatomi, 7. Lab patologi klinik, 8. Lab mikrobiologi, 9. Lab biomolekuler. Universitas Dr. Subandi Jember memiliki beberapa fasilitas penunjang. 1. Masjid, 2. Lapangan olahraga, 3. Ramah disabilitas, 4. Pujasera, 5. Guest house, 6. Auditorium.
Salah satu unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang bisa kalian ikuti ada UKM Tari. Tari ada tari tradisional dan tari modern. Yuk kita lihat bersama-sama. Universitas Dr. Subandi juga memfasilitasi mahasiswanya dalam bidang olahraga basket.
Buat kalian yang suka basket, langsung aja gabung sama kami yuk.
UKM futsal, UKM volley, UKM bulu tangkis, UKM pencak silat, UKM KSR, UKM musik, UKM paduan suara, UKM e-sport, UKM keagamaan,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our program. Could everybody who has joined us on Zoom, please stand by on your device. Before we start our program, please enjoy this video.
White Campus yang terbuka bagi setiap warga negara. Tempat belajar arti indahnya keragaman tanpa harus melupakan arti penting ketaatan pada nilai-nilai keagamaan. White Campus Dr. Subandi adalah kampus impian yang memberikan pengalaman global dengan rekognisi pembelajaran internasional yang berakhlakul karimah. Di program studi dengan akreditasi dan fasilitas yang unggul, tempatmu mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan di berbagai bidang ilmu. White Campus adalah salah satu kampus dengan desain bangunan yang unik dan kampus unggulan dengan berbagai inovasi berkelanjutan di berbagai bidang ilmu yang menjadi kampus impian di mana tempatmu belajar dengan bebas di tengah indahnya kota Jember untuk mendukungmu menjadi generasi muda yang berakhlakul karimah, aktif, dan inovatif. Kemitraan aktif dan kolaboratif yang kuat telah menjadi bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari universitas. Kemitraan internasional dan nasional menciptakan peluang untuk mobilitas mahasiswa, dosen, dan staf dalam kolaborasi penelitian dan pengabdian di masyarakat. White Campus berkomitmen menjadi pelopor kampus swasta yang mencetak generasi muda intelektual yang berakhlakul karimah dan cerdas secara spiritual, dengan akar yang kuat dalam tradisi kebebasan akademik untuk mendukung kebebasan berekspresi untuk berkontribusi akan solusi dari masalah yang dihadapi. Visi Universitas Dr. Subandi menjadi universitas yang unggul, berdaya guna dalam ipteks dan berakhlakul karimah. Misi Universitas Dr. Subandi: 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang unggul dan berbasis ipteks. 2. Menyelenggarakan penelitian yang inovatif dan berkontribusi pada ipteks. 3. Menyelenggarakan pengabdian masyarakat berbasis ipteks yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat. 4. Menyelenggarakan kerjasama dan tata kelola universitas yang berprinsip good governance. 5. Membudayakan nilai-nilai akhlakul karimah pada setiap kegiatan sivitas akademika.
Selamat datang di kampus Universitas Dr. Subandi, Jember. Kampus Universitas Dr. Subandi terdiri dari 4 gedung megah, yaitu Gedung A, Gedung B, Gedung C, Gedung D, dan bangunan pendukung lainnya. Di Gedung A, terdapat 2 lantai laboratorium pendukung pembelajaran. Pada lantai 1, terdapat 1. Lab gawat darurat, 2. Lab ICU, NICU, dan PICU, 3. Depo alat dan bahan, 4. lab keperawatan medikal bedah dan kamar operasi, 5. Lab ANC dan KB, 6. Lab holistik kebidanan, 7. Lab balita dan apras, 8. Lab kebidanan dan keperawatan maternitas. Pada lantai 2 terdapat 1. Lab holistik komplementer alternatif, 2. Komisi etik penelitian kesehatan, 3. Lab dasar keperawatan, 4. Lab komunitas, keluarga, gerontik, remaja, dan pranikah, 5. Lab jiwa, 6. Ruang konseling, 7. Depo alat dan bahan, 8. Lab anatomi, 9. Lab anak dan perinatologi. Pada gedung B lantai 1 terdapat ruang dosen dan rektorat. Pada gedung B lantai 2 terdapat perpustakaan, Museum Dr. Subandi, dan OSCE Center. Pada gedung C lantai 1 terdapat 1. Lab instrumen kimia, 2. Lab patologi klinik, 3. Lab kimia dan biokimia atau lab kimia farmasi, 4. Lab toksikologi atau lab farmakologi toksikologi. Pada gedung C lantai 2 terdapat 1. Lab farmasetika, 2. Lab biologi molekuler, 3. Lab mikrobiologi farmasi, 4. Lab steril, 5. Lab compounding, 6. Lab teknologi farmasi. Pada gedung D terdapat 1. Convention Hall, 2. CBT Center, 3. Lab komputer, 4. 13 ruang kelas representatif, 5. Lab biokimia, 6. Lab patologi anatomi, 7. Lab patologi klinik, 8. Lab mikrobiologi, 9. Lab biomolekuler. Universitas Dr. Subandi Jember memiliki beberapa fasilitas penunjang. 1. Masjid, 2. Lapangan olahraga, 3. Ramah disabilitas, 4. Pujasera, 5. Guest house, 6. Auditorium.
Salah satu unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang bisa kalian ikuti ada UKM Tari. Tari ada tari tradisional dan tari modern. Yuk kita lihat bersama-sama. Universitas Dr. Subandi juga memfasilitasi mahasiswanya dalam bidang olahraga basket.
Buat kalian yang suka basket, langsung aja gabung sama kami yuk.
UKM futsal, UKM volley, UKM bulu tangkis, UKM pencak silat, UKM KSR, UKM musik, UKM paduan suara, UKM e-sport, UKM keagamaan, dan UKM karya ilmiah mahasiswa. Nah,
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Soabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Dini Octavia.
And I am Krishna Arya Andiwono.
It is an honor for us to stand here today as a master ceremony in the 4th International Conference, Dr. Subandi University 2026. The Honorable, the Chairman of IPTINAKES, Dr. Aris Wahyuningsi, Master of Health, Board of Director of Pendidikan Jember International School Foundation, the Chairperson of Pendidikan Jember International School Foundation, Rector of Dr. Subandi University, the Dean of Faculty of Health Science, Head of Study Program in Faculty of Health Science, the respectable speakers, distinguished guests, and all the participants. The concept of transforming the future of healthcare through potential artificial intelligence is appropriate for use in Indonesia. And today, where there is an increasing demand from the community to obtain quality in comprehensive health service that not only prioritizes physical aspects, but also requires several approaches such as social, cultural, and spiritual approaches. And the 4th International Conference on Health Science, Dr. Subandi University 2026, will highlight about using digital technologies to improve healthcare system. And the theme of our conference today is Advancing Healthcare in the AI Era, Integrating Digital Technologies, Innovative Therapeutic in Holistic Care. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let's commence our 4th International Conference, Dr. Subandi University 2026. And the first agenda is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. To all the participants, please kindly rise. Thank you. Please be seated.
Before we start our main agenda, let's pray together. Prayer will be led by Mr. Tauhedi. Mr. Tauhedi, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Shiratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan wa ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultan. Rabbana anfa'na bima 'allamtana. Allamna la yanfa'una. Rabbi fahqina wa faqih lana wa qarabati lana fi dinina. Wa ila batitina Indonesia wabil husu jama'ana wa Dr. Subandi nas'aluka ya Allah ataja'ala anjala baldat thayyibatan aminatan sakinatan wa ta'jaladalatah daulatan qaimatan adilatan bi qabtihi Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama ya Allah. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antas samiul hakim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tauhedi. The next agenda is the welcome address from Rector of University Dr. Subandi. Let's extend our warmest welcome to the Rector. To Mr. Andi Eka Pranata, Master of Health, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you for this moment. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable of Chairman International School Foundation and team, the Honorable of Vice Rector in Universitas Dr. Subandi, the Honorable of Dean, Head of Study Program and all staff Universitas Dr. Subandi, the Honorable of all speakers in international conference, the Honorable of summer course participant, and the Honorable of all participants. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin, all praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most gracious and the most merciful, for His countless blessing, mercy and guidance. By His grace alone, we are able to gather here today in good health and high spirits to participate in the 4th International Conference and Health Science hosted by Universitas Dr. Subandi. May peace and blessing be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, his companions, and all those who faithfully follow his teaching until the end of time. On behalf of Universitas Dr. Subandi, it is my great honor and privilege to extend our warmest welcome to all keynote speaker, invited guests, presenter, reviewers, participant, and collaborating institution from Indonesia and many countries around the world. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and strengthening global collaboration in the field of health science. This conference provides an important forum for exchanging scientific ideas, presenting innovative research findings, discussion current healthcare challenges, and building international partnerships that contribute to improving the quality of healthcare worldwide. Today, we are facing increasingly complex health challenges. The rise of communicable and non-communicable disease, rapid technologies advancement, environmental change, demographic transition, and global health emergencies require multidisciplinary collaboration and evidence-based solution. As higher education institution, we carry the responsibility to produce impactful research that benefits society and contributes to sustainable health development. Universitas Dr. Subandi remains committed to strengthening excellence in education research, innovation, and community engagement. Through international collaboration, we aspire to contribute to the advance of science while preparing future healthcare professionals who possess integrity, professionalism, and global competitiveness. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, scientific committee, keynote speaker, reviewers, sponsor, and all individuals whose dedication and hard work have made this conference possible. To all presenters, I wish you successful presentation and fruitful discussion. To all participants, I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity to learn, exchange ideas, and build meaningful collaboration. May this conference produce valuable scientific contribution that improve healthcare service and promote the well-being of communities around the world. Finally, by seeking blessing Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, I hereby officially declare the 4th International Conference and Health Science is open. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope this moment will be a foundation of to successfully in the future, and with collaboration with our team, with our university, and the grateful of the people in the conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andi. In the next agenda, we will hear opening speech from the chairman of IPTINAKES, who will also symbolically officiate this today's event. Let's give our welcome to Dr. Aris Wahyuningsi, Master of Health. The time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang terhormat pimpinan dari Universitas Dr. Subandi, Pak Andi, beserta seluruh jajaran pimpinan yang ada, serta yayasan dan para kolega yang saat ini sedang bekerja sama dengan Universitas Dr. Subandi. Yang saya hormati segenap para tamu undangan, kemudian para peserta, serta pemakalah yang mungkin hari ini juga sudah hadir, dan seluruh hadirin yang saya hormati. Yang pertama kita panjatkan puji syukur kepada Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, karena hari ini kita bersama-sama dapat menghadiri acara yang luar biasa ini. Mohon izin saya membacakan tema dalam bahasa Indonesia, memajukan pelayanan kesehatan di era AI, mengintegrasikan teknologi digital, terapi inovatif, dan pelayanan holistik. Nah, tema ini merupakan sebuah terobosan yang baru yang sedang tren, ya. Oleh karenanya saya bersyukur dapat berkolaborasi dan mewakili dari IPTINAKES Jawa Timur bersama-sama menyelenggarakan acara yang internasional kedua kalau di kami. Dan acara ini terselenggara dengan sangat baik, yang dibantu oleh Rektor dari Pak Andi selaku Ketua Koordinator IPTINAKES Jawa Timur Wilayah Timur. Nah, hadirin yang saya hormati, saya percaya bahwa acara ini sangat penting. Kecerdasan buatan, platform kesehatan digital, dan pendekatan terapi baru sedang mengubah cara berpikir kita saat ini. Untuk itu, biarlah teknologi ini bisa kita manfaatkan untuk memajukan ilmu kesehatan, dan tentunya tetap mengintegrasikan dalam inovasi dan kepedulian kita sebagai tenaga kesehatan. Nah, oleh karenanya, biarlah melalui pelayanan yang holistik, dapat memperhatikan bagaimana pelayanan kesehatan secara utuh. Webinar hari ini menjadi ruang pertemuan yang sangat baik, tempat para praktisi, para peneliti, serta pembuat kebijakan untuk dapat bertukar ide, bertukar gagasan, dan membangun kemitraan di masa depan. Oleh karenanya, ucapan terima kasih yang setinggi-tingginya kami sampaikan kepada seluruh narasumber yang saat ini sudah berkolaborasi dalam kegiatan ini atas ilmu yang akan dibagikan kepada kami nanti. Kepada seluruh para peserta yang luar biasa yang sudah hadir atas komitmen untuk belajar dan berkolaborasi dalam kegiatan selanjutnya. Serta yang terutama adalah seluruh panitia yang dengan dedikasi yang tinggi telah menyelenggarakan acara ini dengan baik. Nah, saya tutup dengan pantun. Data dan AI bersatu padu. Teknologi digital jadi tumpuan. Dengan semangat integrasi yang utuh, mari majukan kesehatan untuk kemanusiaan bersama Universitas Dr. Subandi, Jember. With that, I am pleased to officially open this conference. May the next session bring us new insight, meaningful discussion, and actionable steps toward better, smarter, and more human-centered healthcare. Thank you. I wish you a productive and inspiring this conference. God bless us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aris. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the keynote session. It is a honor to present today's keynote speech on advancing healthcare in the AI era, integrating digital technologies, innovative therapeutic, and holistic care. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Mr. Anas Fadli Wijaya, Master of Immunology. The time is yours.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, for kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. Hello, my voice is clear?
Yeah, clear, Mister.
Okay, good morning, everyone. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Dr. Subandi, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Health Science, Universitas Dr. Subandi, the guest speaker, and all participants. It's a great honor for me to be here today. I will like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committees for inviting me to this conference. Today, I'm delighted to share with you about advancing healthcare in the AI era, integrating digital technologies, innovative therapeutics, and holistic care. I would share my PowerPoint. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, Mister.
Okay. My subject presentation today, one, the AI era in global healthcare, why this moment demand attention, the context and the stakes. The second, digital technologies, AI diagnostics, telemedicine, IoT, and big data reshaping care delivery. The third, innovative therapeutics, precision medicine, AI-driven drugs discovery, and biomolecular science. And the last, holistic patient-centered care, why technologies must serve the whole person, not replace them. A global health system under pressures. 11 million projects global shortfall of health workers by 2030, concentrates in low and lower middle income countries. 75% of non-pandemic deaths worldwide in 2021 were attributed to non-communicable disease. 537 million adults are currently living with diabetes globally, requiring continuous coordinated care. Three pillars, one patient at the center. Advancing healthcare in the AI era means these pillars must move together, not one at the expense of another. Digital technologies, AI, big data, IoT, and telemedicine. Innovative therapeutics, precision medicine, and biomolecular science, and holistic care, physical, physiological, social, and spiritual. Three pillars must move together to the patient. Part 1, digital technologies in healthcare. Big data, telemedicine, machine learning, and IoT are redefining how care is diagnosed, delivered, and monitored. Digital health adoption is accelerating worldwide. More than 1.4 billion people are expected to use some form of digital health service in 2025 alone. This is data. Digital health spans HER, telemedicine, mobile health apps, wearables, and AI-enabled tools. Without definitions, North America currently holds the largest regional share. Asia Pacific is the fastest growing region. Growth is driven by rising chronic disease burden, smartphone penetration, and government digitalization program. Telemedicine from emergency measure to standard of care. What begins in the pandemic era workaround is now core infrastructure for reaching underserved population. 93% of US hospitals now use telehealth in some clinical capacity. 24% reduction in 30 days heart failure readmission with remote monitoring in a multi-center trial. AI in diagnostics reals gains in pattern recognition. Across imaging and pathology, AI system increasingly match expert-level pattern detection. 2024 meta-analysis of AI in digital pathology, 100 studies, more 104 two world size image for people sensitivity of 96.3% and specificity of 93.3%. 2025 review of AI dermatology tools across 70 image reports and hours of 0.88 for distinguishing malignancies from benign skin lesion. The US FDA has cleared over 200 AI for diagnostic algorithms for use in virtual and imaging-based care setting. AI is a powerful assistant, not yet a replacement. Rigorous, we look at the whole evidence base, including where AI still falls short. What's 20,025 meta-analysis found across 83 studies, 2018 until 2024, generative AI models showed no significant overall difference from physicians in general, or from non-expert physicians especially. AI model performs significantly worse the expert physician. Implication, AI is the best positioned as a decision support and tries to the augment, and is a supervised by clinical judgments, not a substitute for it. IoT and wearables care that follow the patient's home. Connected device turn continuous physiological data into early warning and timely intervention. 100 million plus health tracking wearable units, smartwatch, glucose monitor, and other types globally in a single year. 24% fewer 30 days hospital readmission for heart failure patients using remote vital sign monitoring. 200 plus AI for diagnosis algorithm created by the US FDA for visual and connected device care. Big data promise defense on interoperability. Data only creates value for patients when systems can actually talk to one another. Electronic health record, genomic data, imaging, and wearable streams together create a far richer picture of patient health than any single source alone. Machine learning models trained on large, diverse datasets can identify rise patterns long before symptoms appear. But EHR, telehealth, interoperability, source fall, and cross-border licensure restriction remain a persistent constraints on scaling this benefit globally. Where the friction lies, fragment EHR standard between institutions and countries, regulatory variation across regions, data resistance concerns, cross-border licensure limiting pan-regional telehealth models, data security concern, and average of dozens of healthcare data breaches report monthly in recent regulatory tracking. Fatsu innovative therapeutics, precision medicine, AI-assisted drug discovery, and biomolecular science are expanding what we can treat and how precisely. Precision medicine is moving from niche to mainstream. Genomic, biomarker, and AI together are enabling treatment tailored to the individual, not the average patient. Oncology remains the largest application area, driven by genomic profiling and AI-enhanced tumor characterization. Machine learning accounts for roughly 60% of the technology mix, ahead deep learning and natural language processing. In 2023 alone, the US FDA approved 28 new personalized treatment, including 17 oncology therapies. AI is compressing the drug discovery timelines. From target identification to molecular designs, AI is receiving one of medicine's slowest, costless pipelines. 30% of new drugs are estimated to involve AI somewhere in their discovery processing by 2025. 0.67 median structural accuracy achieved by DeepMind's AlphaFold in the case for protein folding benchmarks. USD 6.9 billion size of the global AI drug discovery market in 2025 projects to reach USD 16.5 billion by 2034. 540 billion estimated annual value gold gains for the pharmaceutical sector by 2025. Multi-omics syncs disease at every biological layer. Genomic, proteomic, and metabolomic together reveal disease mechanism invisible to any single dataset. Genomic identifies ancient variants and mutation driving disease risk, the largest technology segment in precision medicine today. Pharmacogenomics links a patient genetic profile to drug response, reducing adverse reaction and golding dosing. Proteomic and pathology AI, deep learning model analysis tissue and protein interaction data to guide target biomarker-driven therapy selection. Innovation also means looking the nature and tradition. Precision does not mean abandoning bioactive natural compounds, it means validating them more rigorously. Indonesia's rich biodiversity of medical plants, like jamu and beyond's reposition and underexplored library of bioactive compounds for infectious and degenerative diseases. Modern computational screening and high-assisted molecular docking now allow research to evaluate natural compounds for therapeutic potential far faster than traditional bench methods. Complementary and traditional therapies are increasingly being integrated into evidence-based clinical pathways and rather than treated as a separate from them. Part 3, holistic patient-centered care. Every technological gain must ultimately serve the physical, social, and spiritual wellness of the person receiving care. Holistic care, treating the persons, not only the diagnosis. Whole person care defines cross for interconnected dimension. Physical, symptom management, functional recovery, and biological treatment response. Psychological, emotional support, coping, delivering, and initiate management. Social, family involvement, communication, and care coordination. Spiritual, meaning existential support and cultural or religious values. The evidence patient-centered care changes outcomes. This is not a soft add-on to clinical practice. The evidence base is substantial and growing. A landmark systemic review of 40 studies found the strongest, most consistent evidence for patient-centered care improving satisfaction and self-management behavior. In substantial use treatment setting, indicators of patient-centered care were generally associated with improved outcomes versus treatment satisfaction. A 2025 review spanning 2022 until 2025 found holistic integrated care models were linked to reduced anxiety, better coping, and higher overall satisfaction with care. A consistent pattern across decades of research, clinical outcome effects vary by condition and context, but satisfaction, adherence, and self-management improvement associated with patient-centered approach appear against and against across specialties and decades of study. Every discipline carries a piece of whole person care. Holistic care is not one profession task. It is the shared responsibility of the full health workforce. Nursing and nurse, medication management, patient education, pain control, infection prevention, and psychosocial support from daily fabric of holistic bedside care. Midwifery, integrating complementary therapies into evidence-based practice support holistic maternal wellness across the childbearing continuum. Pharmacies, pharmacogenomic insights and medical counseling's personalized treatment while safeguarding patients from harm. Medical laboratory technology, automation, and AI-assisted diagnostics free clinical time for the human interaction the holistic care depends on. One patient journey, three pillars working as one. A simplest view of how digital tool, precision therapeutic, and holistic care combine across a single care pathway. Remote screening, wearable and telehealth flag early risk signal. AI-assisted diagnosis, imaging, or pathology AI support clinician review. Precision treatment, genomic and biomarker data guide target therapy. Holistic follows-up, psychosocial, family, and spiritual support sustains recovery. And the last challenge, ethic and the path forward. Progress in the AI era must be matched by equally serious attention to trust, equity, and responsible governance. Trust is the foundation technology cannot skip. Every gain described so far carries a corresponding responsibility. Data privacy and security. Healthcare data breaches are reported at a rate of dozens per month in recent US regulatory tracking. Safeguarding patient trust must scale with digitalization. Algorithms generalizability. AI diagnostic model validates in one hospital or population often perform less reliability when deployed elsewhere. For recent systematic reviews of external validation. Regulatory frameworks. Regulators such as the FDA are actively developing frameworks for continuously learning ML-based device, but global harmonization is still emerging. Innovation must close gaps, not widen them. The benefit of the AI era will not be equitably distributed unless we design delivery for equity. Health workforce such as are projects to remain most severe in low and lower middle income countries, precisely where digital tools could help them most, but where infrastructure is weakest. Only a minority of health systems have enacted permanent telehealth reimbursement parity, limiting sustainable adoption beyond pilot program. Cross-border and rural connectivity gaps mean AI diagnostic and precision therapy advance risk considering in already well-researched setting. Why academic institutions must lead this conversation? Universities sit at the intersection of research rigor, clinical training, and community trust. Generate evidence. Produce locally relevant research on AI, precision therapeutics, and holistic care rather than importing conclusions from other health systems wholesale. Train multidisciplinary talents. Prefers nurse, midwives, pharmacists, and laboratory science to work friendly with and critically evaluate new technologies. Conference Global dialogue. Formed like conferences connects institutions across borders to share evidence, methods, and lessons learned. Conclusion. Technology augment, it does not replace. AI performs best as a decision support partner to clinical judgment. Evidence shows it still trails expert precision on diagnostic accuracy. Precision and equity must advance together. Path to drug discovery and genomic medicines mean little if access remain concentrated in well-researched settings. Holistic care is evidence-based, not optional. Patient-centered, whole-person approach show consistent gain in satisfaction, coping, and self-management across the literature. Multidisciplinary institutions are the bridge. Nursing, midwifery, pharmacies, and laboratory science together can translate global innovation into local trust care. The future of healthcare will not be shaped by artificial intelligence alone. It will be shaped by pharmacists discovering smarter therapies, laboratory scientists generating reliable evidence, nurses delivering compassionate care, midwives protecting maternal health, and researchers working together across disciplines. Artificial intelligence is only the tool. People remain the heart of healthcare. Welcome the fourth International Conference on Health Science Faculty of Health Science Universitas Dr. Subandi. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Tes.
Thank you, Mr. Anas. And the committee will share the virtual certificate of appreciation to our speaker, Mr. Anas Fadli Wijaya, Master of Immunology. Thank you so much for your speech. And this is the certificate of appreciation from the committee of the 4th Dr. Subandi University International Conference on Health Science.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Soabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering the main agenda, our next agenda is plenary session. In the first plenary session, we have two speakers. First speakers, we have Mr. Pacharapon Tulyakul PSN, MSN, PhD from Harding University, USA, and we will listen about ethical and digital transformation in healthcare research, strengthening trust and quality. The second speaker, we have Professor Associate Alia Nasir, PhD from Hamdard University, Karachi, Pakistan, and we will listen about virtual nursing and telehealth, integrative, proactive, and data-driven. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our first plenary session. This session will be guided by Ms. Zidni Nuris Yubaba, Master of Nursing. As moderator, please kindly on the stage.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Soabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Soabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
And cooperation will improve human health and quality of life. Therefore, this conference becomes a valuable space for us to exchange knowledge, inspirations, and ideas for a better future of health sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, now, before we begin, allow me to briefly explain the flow of today's session. We are honored to have two distinguished speakers join us today. Our speaker is Pacharapon Tuyakul, PhD from Herzing University. And the second is Associate Professor Alia Nasir from Hamdard University. Each speaker will have approximately 15 minutes for the presentation, followed by question and answer session. We encourage everyone to actively participate by asking questions and sharing your thoughts during the discussion. So, to all of you, my dear participants, if you have a question or something to discuss, please feel free to type them in the chat box, or you can raise your hand and ask your question at the discussion section. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's begin the session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Pacharapon Tuyakul, PhD from Herzing University. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen as we present the profile of Dr. Pacharapon Tuyakul. Today, Dr. Pacharapon will be speaking on the topic digital and ethical and digital transformation in healthcare research, strengthening trust and quality. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me giving a warm welcome to Dr. Pacharapon Tuyakul. Good morning, Dr. Pacharapon.
Okay, good morning. So actually it's evening now, so let me see what time here. Almost 10 p.m., guys.
Oh, okay. So, evening, yeah. All right. How are you today?
Um, um, I'm great, but it's just a long day for me because I have class in the morning since I think 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. But it's okay. And thank you for having me again and again.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Pacharapon, for joining us today. It is a pleasure to have you here with us at the 4th International Conference at Health Sciences. And we sincerely appreciate your presence and look forward to learning from your valuable insight. Dr. Pacharapon, in this session, you will have 16 minutes for your presentation. And
Okay.
Yeah, and following by question and answer. Okay, Dr. Pacharapon, are you ready?
Yep, definitely.
Okay, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, thank you everyone for having me. This is the fourth conference in the row. And actually, this year I'm planning to go like in person in Indonesia, but unfortunately, there's a war happening in the world and the gas price going up. So that's why there's the reason that I cannot find a ship ticket to go there in Indonesia. So hopefully next year I can find a ship ticket, so maybe I can present myself over there. So the exciting topic that I'm gonna go over today, I have been assigned to talk about ethical and digital transformations in healthcare research. So when we're talking about the transformations, so it means there's changing in the healthcare system and also in the research facility as well. So before I begin, I would like you guys thinking about the last time that you looked up informations online or you're looking for some research paper on the research database. So I would say 10 years ago, we still like looking for the paper-based journal and try to read our articles. And even like, my generations, I still have to go to the library to read the book. But right now, the lots of things change. Everything is just more easier, faster. But the faster doesn't mean that it represents the quality. So that is the main key thing that we're going to go over today. So this slide I just show you is about the research process. So let's start at the beginning of the research project and walk through the main steps so that every single study always go beyond the 6 stages here. And technology has changed our life for every single step that I show on this slide. The first thing that we call developing research question. Years ago, as I told you, we as a researcher, we have to spend a lot of time, like hours, day, months, or even year to search for information before we go to the next step, which is the study design. So the second one is after we get enough database or information that we can conduct our research ourselves. So we have to think how we're going to design the study. We as a researchers, now we can use the software not just for the gathering the literature's review. We also can use the AI tool to calculate the sample size or even organize data. Or we can also use the AI to register like our study plan before we going to collecting data. And the first one is the recruitment process. So in this step, before, we had to see our patient in person, but right now, we don't have to do this anymore. We can do it online. We can spread around our online to collect a data, and we can approach our samples or participants easily. And even now, we have a big database that we can identify our eligible patients or participants much more easier than before. And the next step is data collection. So in this step, in the past, we used a paper form that have largely, so right now we just replace that paper-based questionnaire using electronic survey. Or for some reasons, we use the wearable devices, or even we use telehealth, which is like for my clinical trial, mainly I'm going to use a database questionnaire rather than to use the paper-based. The paper-based right now on the clinical trial, we use just for signing the consent. But some specific, for example, the long-term um, monitoring research, we can use we call the e-consent as well. So it means our patient can be everywhere around the world. We don't have to care about where they are anymore. They can like joy or involved in our research much more easier than before. And the next step, which is analysis. Oh my, I would say in the past, when you have a big number of participants and you want to analyze data, it takes time and it's going to make a lot of error. But right now, AI too, again, many model software can process a large amounts of data much farther than the past. And the last one, which is sharing the results. So we as a researcher at the end of story, we want to publish our finding online. We want to share the preprint articles, or we want to um, reach our distribute our result to healthcare professional. And all this process right now, the AI involved with every single step. But again, I would like you to keep in mind that faster always mean better, safer, or more accurate. It's still a big debate between using the AI or we as a human should be aware of using the AI when we conduct every single step on the research process here. So now let's talk about one of the biggest resources researchers have today. So one thing that we can't deny, so we have a real world data and also we have electronic health database or record or EHR. So when we're talking about large database, the big example that we always refer to, which is the UK Biobank. So the UK Biobank follow hundreds of thousands of people over many years. This gives researchers a huge amounts of information about how diseases develop and how treatment work in the real life compared with traditional clinical trial. These studies are often faster, less expensive, and include more diverse patient populations. However, real-world data also have challenges just because two things happen together in one dataset doesn't mean one causes the other. The researchers must use carefully statistical methods to avoid misleading conclusions. Moreover, medical records often contain missing information that can be difficult to analyze. Different healthcare systems may also store data in different formats, making it hard to compare information. Privacy is another major concern. Studies have shown that people can sometimes be identified from the data that was supposed to be anonymous. This raises important questions about how patient information should be protected and how it can be used in the future research. So, in my clinical trial, when we sign when we let the patient sign the consent, if our critical trial related to the data banks, so we have to let the patient sign the consent that we call the future research. So it means we're going to collect the lab report or the biomarker that we're going to use in the future. So if the patients agree, so it means the blood or the cell or anything that we have in our storage secure place, we're going to use that to analyze in maybe in the next 10 years, next 20 years. We don't know yet. But the patient have to sign the consent to allow us to perform the future research. Without this paper, we cannot touch anything. So what we have to do, if we have the spare like specimens, so we have to destroy them at the end. But if the patient sign the consent, yes, we can work on something in the future. Okay, so from this slide, I would like to focus on three main types of AI utilizations. Might be the new thing for some of you, or maybe like some of you already familiar with this term. The first thing that I would like you to know, so we call this supervised learnings. What does mean supervised learning? So in this part, researchers train the computer using example with known answer. For example, we're showing a thousands of X-ray or lab results and identifying which one is related to a specific disorder. For example, we give the AI with the chest X-ray and then we train them to identify the pneumonia. And the computer learn pattern and can help us to predict disease diagnosis or risk or diagnose conditions or even estimate the treatment outcome. And the second one we call natural language processing. So this one is allow computer to understand, analyze writing text such as clinical notes and research articles. So natural language processing can help us with diagnose coding, finding participants from the studies, and searching the live modes or medical literature. New AI tools such as ChatGPT can also help us with the critical reasoning and information retrieval. But again, we cannot trust ChatGPT 100%. You have to be smart more than the AI. And the third one, we barely touch this, but mainly the government uses it. We call it federated learning. So this approach allows hospitals to work together without sharing patient data. Instead of sending data to one location, each hospital train the model locally and only share the results. This improves privacy while still benefiting from the large data sets. AI has the potential to make research faster, more efficient, and more accurate. However, like other technology, it must be used carefully to ensure research are reliable, fair, and safe for the patients. Right now in USA, when we're talking about sharing information in database, the patient have to sign the consent as well, and they have to have the protocol or the policy to allow which information we can share between facility, which one we cannot, to make sure that the patient privacy stay there. So what does it look like in practice right now? So from this slide, I just summarize I would say the frequent use or the best AI that we use for each step of the research process. For the first one here, so we use many tools to conduct this literature review or literature synthesis. So we have ellipses here, we have consensus, or we have variants. So this AI tool help researchers to find, organize, and review scientific articles more quickly than before. And then for data analysis, right now Python is the most common use, and also like it's trustable compared to I would say SPSS. And then we have many AI tools that help us to perform or identify patient group from electronic health records such as Mendel AI. And we have side AI that help us to check whether the research findings are supported by other study. And we have paper power that help us to improve our academic writing and formatting that you have to prepare your article for publishing. ChatGPT and Claude, that is mainly and commonly used right now. These tools AI can help us generate idea, outline, and draft content, but the information must always be checked for accuracy. Don't trust them 100%. And another thing that we use in the medical field right now in USA, we use check expert, we use Pulse AI, we use this AI. This help us to analyze X-ray film, or pathology images, or even used for the stroke scans. Again, AI to help us to make our job much more easier. But you, as a human and as an expert, you have to verify the result that AI creates at the end. Don't trust them. So we already talked about the AI involved in our research step. So now we're going to cover how technology is transforming research in different ways, especially in the ethical dashboard. So from this part, I will focus on the risks that have come with the AI power and how we can manage it. So from this graph, I would like to show you, so here is a number worth thinking about. By 2023, more than 300 AI and machine learning medical devices have received the FDA approval in America and were being used in the healthcare system. What does this mean? AI involved almost every single step in the healthcare. So AI is being adopted really quickly. New tools are helping healthcare professionals diagnose diseases, analyze images, and support clinical decisions. However, while the technology is advancing rapidly, ethical guidelines and regulations are developing more slowly. They are way against each other. So what happened? This creates a gap between what AI can do and the rules that we have for using it safely and correctly. This gap can lead to important concerns, including patient privacy, bias, fairness, accuracy of AI decisions. And we have to think about, what if the AI make error? Who can take responsibility for it? So let's look at what actually exists in this risk zone. So there are six major concerns here. The first one, you see, the big concern is about privacy. Patient information must be protected, we all know. However, there have been cases where the large amount of health data were shared without sufficient patient consent, raising the concerns about privacy and trust. And there is a data leak somewhere, and we don't know until the patients figure out, oh, my personal information is go to the black market, and then they try to figure out who leaked this data. The second one, accountability. So if an AI system makes wrong recommendations, who's responsible for it? When the AI works like a black box and its reasoning is unclear, assigning responsibility becomes difficult. The next one, this is another big concern that we call bias. AI is only as good as the data is learned from. If the trained data doesn't represent all the patient groups, the AI may perform poorly for certain populations and contribute to health disparity. So it means we cannot trust the AI results. And the first one, consent. The patient should understand when AI is involved in their care and how the data is being used in the AI system. Informed consent remains important in the code requirement. And if you have to use the AI or any technology involved in your research, please mention it in the consent paper. The patient needs to know. The next one, reliability. So when an AI research error harm the patient, questions arise about who is legally responsible, the clinicians, the healthcare organization, or the software developer. Believe me, when the error happened, no one wants to raise their hand, oh, it's my fault. No one, for sure. And the last one, regulatory. So regulatory risk, then it can relate to the law, regulation, that relate to the AI are evolving quickly, and So I would say each country will have a different law and regulation. So you have to make sure that you follow each country law and regulations strictly. So this slide, I just want you to look deeper on bias because these are the ones or the easiest AI risk to understand. And this is one of the most important in the healthcare system and research facility. So AI learn from the data is given. If the trained data doesn't represent all the patient group, the AI may not work equally well for everyone. For example, some dermatology AI systems were trained mainly using the image for lighter skin tone. So for example, we use the AI for the white people. And then we want to use the same AI for the Asian people. The result might not be the same. The AI may not detect the error or detect the good result because they have been trained differently. So you have to be careful. So same thing, the AI is developed in the English language and you're gonna use it for your own language. So you have to be careful about it. So how can we reduce bias? So we have to use diverse and representative training data. And we as a nurse or the healthcare professional, we barely touch the AI training. So mainly the persons who work behind the scene with the AI, computer engineer, something like that, who have to train the AI. But we can recognize or brings up that, oh, this is the issue that we find out from our AI system and let the engineer work and solve the issue. So now is another major change in the research that we call decentralized clinical trial. What does it mean here? So decentralized clinical trial, so it means it's a transformation that we shift from the in-person clinical trial to using the wearable devices or remote technology instead of requiring the patient to come to see you in the hospital or healthcare facility. And today, I would say the researchers can collect data from many devices, such as they use EEG headband that help us to track sleep pattern. So in America, we have a clinical trial that conduct many research related to the sleep disorder. And then another thing that we typically use smartwatch. I think you guys know about smartwatch. Smartwatch can help us to monitor heart rate and also detect irregular rhythms for the patient who have this arrhythmia. And then we have activity tracker that help us to measure daily movement and physical activity. And we also have the glucose monitor that can track the blood glucose of the patient with diabetes in real time. And we have many technology that offer us to keep track on the specific data that we have to keep eye on this. However, there are challenges because not everyone have access to smartphones or reliable internet because all these wearable devices they have to connect with the internet. Some wearable device may not be as accurate as medical grade equipment, so you have to be careful when you use these devices in your research design. So this is another thing. I'm not sure that how the genomic study or genetic research study dominates in your country. Um, but I would say right now in America or the European country, this has become a big issue. Why? Because genetic and genomic research and the area they have grown rapidly because the technology have made DNA sequencing faster and more affordable. If somebody just signs up to get, the DNA sample to match with somebody around the world, that they don't even think about the consequence after that because their DNA is go to the data bank and it can lead to anywhere, anytime. So you have to be careful about it. And to give you an idea about the scale, just think about the human genome contains about 3 million DNA-based pair. And today, an idle genome can be sequenced in just a few hours compared to the past. And large biobank now contain genetic information from millions of participants. The cost of genetic sequencing have dropped dramatically over the last 2 decades. These advantages have made several important developments possible, including genome-wide studies that examine genetic patterns across the large population. And we also use the genome study for the pharmacogenomics, which help us to map some specific medication for personal genetic profile. For example, the Black or the African American have a lot of problem with their pharmacogenomics. When it comes to the psychiatric medication, the many medication not work for the African American. And this pharmacogenomic is help us to identify which medications work well to solve the issue for the specific race. That is the benefit from the genome or genomic study. But again, the problem about the genetic data raise unique ethical concerns. Unlike most health information, genetic data are affect not only the individual but also the family members. Sharing genetic information may reveal detail about parents, siblings, and the children who have not consent to participate. For example, I have one study that we call longitudinal genomic study. We looking for one specific uh, participant, but again, because we have to monitor them for more than 10 years, and during that time frame, they may get married, they may have a baby, and then we have to collect their DNA, including their family member, the new baby coming, or even their spouse. So this is maybe far beyond the patient privacy that we have to be careful about misconduct or mislead using the data as well. So now let's talk about the challenge in research that we call reproducibility crisis. When it come up with the last surveys, the last survey found many researchers were unable to replicate the results of other studies. Synthesize and depends on getting similar results when studies are repeated. This is a serious concern. Luckily, the digital tool right now can help us to improve research quality. So we have 3 steps here. The first one we call pre-registration. So we as a researcher, we record our study plan, a proposal, hypothesis before we collecting data. So we have our proposal ready, and this going to reduce the thing that we call the temptation to change the research questions after we see the result. This is going to prevent misconduct. And the second one we call open data code. So some platforms allow the researcher to share the data sets and analysis methods so the other can verify and build on their works as well. And the last one, we have open access publishing. Um, I think there's many of you maybe have access to many journals. So we as a researcher, we share our research article we publish so other people can read and use our research article. One thing that I would like to mention here, during the AI era, cyber attack or cyber threat. So this is the main concern when it comes to the cyber security. We're going to talking about the growing challenge in the healthcare research mainly. As more research data is stored and shared digitally, protecting that information has become more important than ever. Healthcare organizations are major targets for cyber attacks, and research data is often included in these attacks. Because why? Because we have many individual or personal data there. And not just includes the individual data that related to the health, we have financial information, we have everything there. So that's why it's a target for the cyber attack. The common threat is gonna include uh, ransomware, phishing email, software vulnerability, and unauthorized access to sensitive information. Cyber attack can disrupt research projects, exploit patient data, and create significant financial losses. New AI technologies are also making cyber scam itself and more convincing and harder to detect right now. So how can the researcher protect themselves and their data? Here are some practical steps. The first one we call encrypt. So encrypt sensitive data to keep it secure. The second one, we're going to use multi-factor authentications or MFA on all accounts, including email, cloud storage, and electronic health records. And the third one, we're going to keep research systems separate from the clinical system or your academic system whenever possible. And the next one, follow the 3-2-1 backup rule. What does it mean here? Keep 3 copies of your data. Only 2 different kinds of the storage with 1 copy storage offsite or in the cloud. So it means you save your data everywhere, just in case. And then the next thing, provide regular cybersecurity training so staff can recognize phishing email and other scams. So for example, my workplace, so we're gonna have to finish the cybersecurity training every 3 months. And then the IT department will send us the phishing email to catch us. If we fail, we have to do another training like this every single month. I failed once a week ago. Yeah, so then I have to do my training. I hate it because I remember the one time the IT sends us during the Valentine, I think the Valentine e-card, and then inside the Valentine e-card, there's a link and like somebody send you the link and please click the link. I accidentally clicked the link. I failed the phishing email. Yeah. So I'm not sure in your university you have the phishing email training or not, but I recommend to have this policy just in case to be aware of the cybersecurity issue. And the next one, carefully evaluate third-party window and software before download or using them. And the last thing, develop a clear incident response plan so everyone know what to do if the security breach happens. So for example, in my workplace, if I suspect the email I received is from suspected or the phishing scam or something, I have to report to IT right away. So if I click report, I got the score from it. So I don't have to go for trading for a while. So yeah, I recommend this process to utilize in your facility. So this slide is just like bring everything together by comparing the major technology using the healthcare research. So the first thing we have electronic health records, which is the EHR, and the real world data that offer major time saving and value insight from the large patient populations. However, they raise important concerns about privacy, consent, and data security. And the next thing, AI and the machine learning that can improve efficiency and support decision making. But again, however, researchers must address the issues such as bias, transparency, and accuracy. And the next thing, wearable devices and decentralized clinical trial, or not just a clinical trial, or maybe it's just normal research. This will make research more convenient and can help reach more participants. But challenges include access to technology, data ownership, and privacy concerns as well. The next one, genomic and biobank are advancing personalized medicine, disease research, but they raise complex questions about genetic privacy, primary family consent, and the management of unexpected finding in the future. And the last thing, which is the cloud computing, federal learning, and open science tool, which improve the collaboration, data sharing, and research transparency. So it means you can work everywhere with other researchers around the world. We just share the data together, but the main concern is involve data governance, cybersecurity, and choosing reliable platform. So now we're going to cover how technology transform research and where the risk occur. So now let's turn the piece that tie everything together, focusing on the research integrity itself. How do we identify, prevent, and report misconduct? So research misconduct refer to behavior that compromise integrity and trustworthiness of research itself. It ranges from the serious violation to more common practice that can still affect the quality of scientific evidence. So the first word I would like you to know, fabrication. What does it mean? So this word means the creations of data or result that never exist. So it means you make a fake research. The researcher report finding that were not actually obtained to research. Again, 100% fake research. And the second one, falsification. So this ones mean you conduct the research, but you changing, you manipulating, and you selectively report data, images, or the result to produce what you want your research result to be. And the next one, I think you're familiar with this term, which is plagiarism. So this has happened with someone use another person's words, idea, work without giving proper credit. So it can go with the easy thing. You just got the idea from one article, but you forget to cite it. It's just a simple thing, but it's considered as a plagiarism as well. And the next thing, which is questionable research practice or QRP. So this one is less severe than outright misconduct, but it can still weaken the reliability of research. The common example of this one includes the term that we call hacking, p-hacking, and salami slicing. I will explain what it means. For the hack, for the hacking means developing hypotheses after you see your result and you presenting it as if it was planned from the beginning. So it means you fake your finding. And another one, p-hacking. P-hacking means conducting multiple analysis until you satisfy. So it means you manipulate your research finding until you, okay, I satisfied with this result. It means you keep analysis until, okay, I'm satisfied with this. I would say, so many master degree students, it has been manipulated by reanalysis their research result by the professor. So that is part of p-hacking. And the last one, salami sliding. This one is mean you dividing your one research study into several smaller publications to increase the number of the paper for publishing, which is wrong too. It misconduct. It's like, oh, it's my research. Why can't I publish 2 or 3 papers? No, because you only have one proposal and you only have one research consent. You cut things to the small piece is considered as misconduct as well. Okay, so this chart is showing the country with the highest retraction rate. Why I bring this up? Because right now it's become the issue in the past 2 years. I would say it's the big issue in Thailand and around the world because we see a number of the research retraction paper from many journals, including the high-ranking journal as well. So among this graph that you see, I don't want to say the name of the country, but I want you to focus on the number. How many percentage or the retraction rate here? So the importance is to interpret this number carefully. The high retraction rate doesn't mean the country produce lower quality research, but retraction can occur because of misconduct, such as fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, but they can also result from honest errors that are discovered after publication. In fact, a higher detection rate may sometimes reflect a research system that is actively monitoring, investigating, and correcting problems. As detection to improve, because the advancement is one technology that help us to detect error. So more problematic paper are being found and now retakes from the journal. But again, I bring this up, it doesn't mean the specific country make a bad research. It, I would like to focus on right now, we use the AI to detect which paper is quite uh, having some issue and we have to investigate more. And if we see something, we just retake out from the system because we don't want other person use the finding to mislead to another thing. Okay, so here's the three number that highlight the scale of the issue. So you see here, more than 1,000 research papers are rejected worldwide each year. This is a big number. And the rejection rate is about 10 times higher than it was in 2000, and around like 58% of rejections are related to the research misconduct. It's a huge issue. This number may sound alarming, however, they are tell two stories. So once on hand, misconduct remains the real challenge in the scientific research. On the other hand, improved oversight, plagiarism detection software, image analysis tool, or the greater transparency are helping journals identify problems that might have gone unnoticed in the past. So why does research misconduct happen? So the concept generally fall into two categories. The first one is intentional misconduct. So this involves carefully action by researchers to misrepresent their work. For example, fabrication, making up like data or result, falsification, you changing or you manipulate your data, your image, or your finding, and plagiarism that you use another people's work without proper credit. These actions are intentional and violate the core principle of scientific integrity. You know what you're doing, but you still do it. So that we call intentional misconduct is unacceptable. And then the second thing, systemic unintentional failure. So many research problems arise from pressure within the research system itself. So for example, publication pressure, especially in the academic or the research-based university, we have a lot of problem with publication pressure because your university or your college want to see the big number of publication, and then they put pressure on the researcher or academics, professional, that we have to rush to publish the paper. And the second thing here, peer review failure or peer review limitations. So these ones may allow the error or the weakness to go unnoticed before publications. For example, the some journal reduce the number of the reviewer from 3 to 1, which is the contains a lot of bias that we call the peer review failure. And then the last one that we call the honest error or honest mistake that can happen in the study design and data analysis, statistics, or even the laboratory procedure. So this one it can preventing because it's a big picture. So we have to have the policy, we have to have the regulation to prevent this error. So I would like you to think about the research misconduct like a stone drop it into the pool like this circle here. The effects spread far beyond the original study. So at the center here is the retake study itself along with the damage to the reputations of the researcher or the colleagues involved or university involved. The next ripple is the vast of resources, time, effort, funding that may be spent trying to build or replicate weak research. And the further out is the impacts on the healthcare and the policy. If incorrect finding influence the clinical guideline, public policy, patient care, and public health decisions may be affected. And the most ripple with the outside one is the loss of public trust. When the high-profile studies are rejected, the people may begin to question not only those studies but the science itself and the healthcare research more broadly. Can we shut the research finding down? Yes, that is a good question, right? So here are two numbers that show why research integrity matters. Before a paper is withdrawn, it is cited an average, I would think about the average number of citations is around 400 times by other researchers. So it means the fake finding already spreads around. So that might cause another big issue. And even after detections, many papers continue to be cited. Sometimes years later, as if the finding was still valid, right? Who knows? The, the patients may be somewhere in the system, and we don't know this paper have been rejected now from the journal, and it's hard to know. And this impact goes far beyond a single study. Faulty research can influence future study, wasting valuable time, funding, and potential affecting healthcare decisions. The estimated cost of irreplicable research is the billions of dollars each year, highlight how expensive this problem can become. So we're just wasting the money on the thing that we cannot trust at all. So why does these misconducts happen? It's result from the combinations of the system pressure and individual choices. So if we're talking about system factor, researchers often work in the environment with intense pressure to publish, secure funding, and produce positive results. Your university or your workplace would like to see the big number of the publication, the big number of the research funding, and put pressure on the researcher to have that number. And then you rush to do something that related to research. This might be the cause of misconduct. And some common pressure include public culture. Again, where the career advancement depends on heavily on publication. Yeah. So you have to have at least one research publication. I don't like, so this is my personal perspective. When I saw some researcher posting, oh, I just suggest publishing one research article in the Q1, Q2, or even Q3, Q4 journal. And then a month later, she or he posts again, oh, I just published another research paper on the Q ranking. So how impossible that you can publish the paper every single month or every couple months is impossible. Research takes time, right? So when you see like the big number of the research from one specific researcher, please question, like, can we trust this researcher? Um, Another common pressure that I already talked about, public culture, as it might be the intense competition for the research funding, the pressure for the report positive findings, authorship disputes, or inappropriate authorship practice as well. Rush research during the public health emergencies as well. During the COVID era, there is a many paper have been retracted from the journal because they just rush to publish and then they find out later, okay, this is the mislead information. This is the false research finding. So they just retract or withdraw that research article from the system. And then we have a problem with the poor mentorship or the weak research oversight. And then in another factor here, so individual risk factor. So it means it's the personal and psychological factor itself that from the researcher. So does it contribute to misconduct as well? For example, the researcher wants results to support the peripheral hypothesis itself. They fear to fail on their work. They have been criticized by the coworker or even their boss. They're losing opportunity for the job advancement, the pressure from supervisor and coworker, and they believe that everyone else doing, why not me? So I have to publish something, making a false research or fake research publications as well. One of the most important thing concept to understand about this misconduct we call the slippery slope mechanism. So the research misconducts often start from the little small piece that is from the small decisions such as ignoring an inconvenient data point and then make the issue become bigger because you think, okay, I can adjust this finding or something, or I can reanalyze my finding or something. You start from the little point and the problem will go bigger to the end, which is the full fabrication, which is the false research finding. So how do we detect the research misconduct? Luckily, researchers and the journals now have growing sets of tools to help identify problems before they spread around. So we have a tool that related to static screening tool that can help us to detect the result that seem mathematically impossible or highly suspicious. These tools help us to identify the area of potential data fabrications. And we also have the image analysis software that can help us detect the duplicate or manipulate research images that may not be invisible by our human eyes. And we have a tool for plagiarism detections that can compare your manuscript against the billions of published documents across the world to identify the copy text and improper citations. And we also have a post-publication review platform such as PubPeer that allow researchers to discuss published study and report concerns after the paper have been published somewhere. And the last thing we have data sharing and rapid uh, reproducibility tool that help us or help another researcher to reanalyze data sets and verify published results and helping uncover inconsistency that might otherwise go unnoticed. So this is where the issue becomes very real because of research misconduct can have serious consequences. The first thing, harm to the patients. When the faulty research influences the healthcare decisions, patients can be harmed. For example, the fall vaccine autism study, which contribute to declining vaccinations rate and outbreak of the preventable diseases. Long ago, there is a one research, or not a one, I think few research articles talking about the relationship between vaccinations and autism rates. And then the parent is just scared, like, okay, what's going to happen to my baby if my baby gets this vaccine? And then they deny to get vaccine. And then another thing is about medications that were later linked to the serious health risk after concerns about underlying research emerged. And then they denied to use that medications and then harm the patients. Another thing, harm to the science. The research misconduct also affect the future research. The scientists may spend years and millions of dollars trying to build on findings that are not valid at all, just wasting time and money. Clinical trials may fail because they are based on inaccurate data. Students and researchers may base their work on students that are later rejected. The last thing, harm to public trust. So perhaps the broadcast impact is loss of trust. High-profile cases can make the public question scientific finding. Can we trust the research finding now? Because if it a false publications go to the market or go to the everywhere on the social media or internet, and then we can trust the results anymore. So now let's talk about accountability on the research. Who is responsibility to ensure that we can prevent this problem? So we have the many level. So I would like to focus on the specific rule. So if you are working at the principal investigator, physicians, or you are nurse, or you are working as an allied health professional, your main focus may different. So the main thing, you're just thinking about patient safety, integrity of the data report. You have to follow the protocol that you already published or you submit to the IRB. And then if you are working as a medical lab technician, what you have to do, if you are the student and you are the early career researcher, what you can do to prevent misconduct. So mainly we're thinking about integrity, and integrity have to follow the rule, the laws and regulation. So this is there, but I think I don't have enough time to go over it. So I would say this step, just follow the documentation and set the urgency. So if you see something wrong that related to the misconduct, you have to report. If you see the information leak and the patient's privacy have been exposed to the world, you have to report to the IRB right away. And this is the example of the questions, because we as a researcher, we're not just conducting research, we also the research utilizer. When you read the research article, just using these questions about who conduct this research, can we trust them? How this research design? What do the data show? So is it related to the finding? What the publication? Can we trust this journal? Has it been replicated? Because the replicated result is mean very religious that we can trust the finding. And this is the specific bias ties. So again, I don't have time to go over this, but there are too many bias when you look at the research finding. Just think about this bias. So this bias can lead to misconduct and trustworthiness of the research paper as well. And I would say, yes.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes remaining for your presentation.
Okay, so only two last slides.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the mechanism that we can prevent the misconduct. So I'm not going to talking about the global level, but I would like to focus on this main thing. You as a researcher, So you have to focus on yourself. You, as a researcher, again, should complete ethical training, follow your study protocol, keep accurate records, and pre-register your study when appropriate, and report all the results honestly. Don't make a fake report. And even when the results are negative and not satisfying, you just publish as it has been. Don't manipulate it. So start from you to prevent misconduct. And here's the last slide from my sections. Again, so right now we have many AI, we have many technology. What we are the researcher, we are the one who are responsible through our research paper to just use this as a tool and don't trust them 100%. You have to make sure that you understand what you're doing to prevent any misconduct, to increase the integrity of the research. That's going to benefit for the public trust and your healthcare system. Okay, so I think I've done my part today. So should I stop sharing? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Pacharapan, for such an insightful and inspiring presentation. And now we will move on to the discussion section. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question, please feel free to type them in the chat box, or you can raise your hand and ask your question directly. And yeah, we have a first question from the chat box. Wait. Yeah, this is the question from Dewi Rahasati. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Pacha, for the new insight. I have two questions. Maybe I read one first. Yeah. In Indonesia, we have crucial issues about technology transformation and healthcare access. As we know that many developing countries are rapidly adopting digital health technologies, including Indonesia, what practical strategies would you recommend to ensure that digital information to improve research quality without widening inequalities in healthcare access? Dr. Pacharpon, would you like to respond, please?
Okay. This is a good question. That is a tough question at the same time. So I hear myself somewhere. Okay, so I would say in the Indonesia, if you want to start with using the digital transformation okay, let me read the questions again. Technology transformation. Okay, so she asked me about improved research quality without widening inequality in the healthcare access. So this is a tough question because of in developing country, again, if you want to use the technologies, for example, the wearable devices to conduct the research, for example, you use the continuous the blood glucose monitoring. So this device is kind of costly, and if you want to use this machine, you have to have a strong signal internet system as well. And then you have to have, I would say, the guideline to how to calibrate the machine, how to monitoring, and you have to have the strong protocol since the beginnings of the process, like how you're going to train the patient to use this machine accurately, and how you're going to interpret this real-time information, how you're going to prevent the error. There's so many things. I would say this is a tough questions. Um, so you have to start from the little points first. So you have to start with, I would say, try out with a few patients to see the possibility. Can we use this, especially in the rural area? I don't care about in the downtown or anything that the patients have the money or can afford the machine. But if you want to implement this high technology in the rural area, and also the patients who have a problem with the health literacy, it's going to be hard for them. I'm not sure that I answered the question, but I cannot express all the process.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I saw the second questions. If a hospital or public healthcare plan to use electronic health record to develop the AI-based clinical decision support system, what ethical safeguards should be implemented to protect patient privacy while enable meaningful research? Okay, so for this one, I would like you to start from scratch. The first thing first, you have to look for the local law or regulations in your specific area first. So, so you have to look for the possibility or anything against implementations of electronic health record. And the second thing, you have to look for available electronic health record itself, which one that you have in hand, which one you can use, and then start from there, combine two together, and then you have to think about, okay, how we can use the AI to involve the clinical decisions. For example, my previous workplace that we use the clinical trial. So we use a database that we call Epic. So in Epic, so it means every single professional like physicians, dietitians, nurse, the lab technicians, everyone involved in the system, and we use specific AI that our policy and our law allow to involve, and then we prompt them. So we have the IT who have to train us which one that we can use AI to involve. For example, if you want to analyze the train or the patient's lab results, so how we can do this? So the IT team will guide us blah 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 blah, step by step, one, two, three, what we can do. And then in the meantime, we have the IRB committee in our facility. So they also work in the law on and the regulation side to prevent the error that may happen from the patient privacy misconduct or something. So it's a big picture. So I would say when I work in Thailand as a researcher, and I would say nurse researcher, so we do everything by ourselves, but in America, so we have our own role. So we have a big team. And so my past, so for example, my past, I work as a research coordinator. So my part is just for specific role. And other person work different role. So we work together as a group. Mm, what I can just say, if you want to start from the scratch, again, you have to build a team and ties up and assign the specific role. But again, you have to start from the scratch, looking for the role, regulation, laws, and then the resource that are available in your area. Start from that step first, and then you can now use the AI, for example, Claude, to help you to design this step. Claude can help you to design step perfectly right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pacharapon. That was very comprehensive explanation. And let's move on to our next question. We have next question from Keisha Ayu. Yeah, could you please mention your name and institution before your question?
Okay, good morning, Miss. Thank you for the example presentation. My name is Keisha Ayu, a pharmacy student from Dr. Subandi University.
Hi.
If an AI system makes an incorrect diagnosis that result in harm to a patient, who do you think should be held accountable? The AI developer, the healthcare institution, or the healthcare professional who relies on the AI? Could you also explain the reason behind your opinion? Thank you so much.
I tell you, when they explain this slide, when the error comes up, no one wants to raise their hand. Oh, it's my mistake. No one, believe me. So when the error happens by using the AI in the healthcare research, so again, it depends on where the error occurred. So we have to look for the portions, and we have to look for who responsible to that portion. For example, if I were who work as a research coordinator, so my responsibility is collecting data, and then I use the AI to mislead the results, or I enter the wrong research finding or the research data. So it's going to be my responsibility. But in the meantime, if the the IT team who work behind the scene to analyze data by using the AI, and then that's what I told you that they use a salami sliding or they use a hacking by keep reanalyzing data until they satisfy with the results, it's going to be their fault. So when we would like to detect who have to taking care or who are responsible for that ailing, so we have to identify where the error first, and mainly with the protocol, the first person who have to raise their hand and accept the the error and then okay, it's my responsibility. It's gonna be the principal or the PI. And the PI gonna blame the team after that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pacharapon, for the discussions. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of our discussion session. Allow me to briefly present a summary of today's discussion. The presentation highlights how digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, big data, genomics wearable device, and decentralized clinical trials. It emphasizes that these advances must be supported by strong ethical principles such as patient privacy, data security, informed consent, fairness, transparency, and responsible data governance. The material also discussed research integrity by examining scientific misconduct in causes and consequences, and the importance of reproducibility, proper authorship, and adherence to international ethical guidelines. Finally, it encourages researchers to critically evaluate evidence, follow the best practice in responsible research, and balance technological innovation with ethical accountability to ensure trustworthy and patient-centered healthcare research. And that brings our discussion close. And thank you once again, Dr. Pacharpon, for your incredible presentation and thoughtful responses to our participants' question. On behalf of the organizing committee of the 4th International Conference on Health Sciences, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for your valuable contribution to this conference. As token of gratitude, we would like to present with a certificate of appreciation. And we will now have a brief photo session. Please look at the camera.
Okay, so I have to look at the camera. Okay.
Yeah, 1, 2, smile. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Panchat. Once again, thank you very much. It has been a privilege to have you here with us today. We wish you continued success and your academic and professional advisors. Thank you so much.
Okay, again, thank you so much for
Yeah,
having me. But again,
my
so in
pleasure.
order to, yeah, the last thing that before we leave, before I leave the Zoom, so I would like to say, so we would like to preserve integrity in our research. So even like you get a pressure from your college or your workplace to push you to get more research funding or to do more publication, don't do the misconduct. That is the only thing that I would like you to keep in mind. Okay, thank you so much and have a good night. Not a good night for you, but for me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Pacha, and good night.
Okay, bye bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us now we continue with our second presentation. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Associate Professor Alia Nasir from Hamdard University. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen as we present the profile of distinguished speaker, Associate Professor Alia Nasir. And today, Associate Professor Alia Nasir will be speaking on the topic Virtual Nursing and Telehealth Integrative, Proactive, and Data Driven. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Associate Professor Alia Nasir. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Assalamualaikum. I'm
Waalaikum.
trying.
Ya, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today?
I'm good. Alhamdulillah. I hope you all are doing good.
Yeah, and thank you very much for joining us today, Prof. It is a pleasure to have you here with us today at the 4th International Conference on Health Sciences. And in this session, Prof. Alia Nasir will have 15 minutes to explain your material, and then we will move to the Q&A and discussion section.
15 minutes.
Okay, yeah, 15 minutes.
I was told to have a session for 1 hour.
Yeah, 1 hour including discussion section.
Okay, so I will try my best to make it short.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
I have made according to
Okay.
the.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Prof.
Okay,
And the time is yours, Prof.
Let me share.
Okay, perhaps you need some assistance
Yes.
with sharing the presentation?
Now I open this. Now I share this. I need help to share this. How to share this
Yeah.
document? Can you see my screen?
Yeah. But not
Can you
the
see my screen?
Yeah, but not the presentation. It's just a folder.
Can you see now my presentation?
No.
Then,
Would you like some helping to share your presentation, Prof?
I don't know. I have sent to IT department also. Sorry.
Maybe we can help you to share your material, sir.
Okay, share with people. Okay. I don't know. Can you now see my presentation?
Yes, sure. We will help you share your presentation.
Is it visible now?
Yeah. Yes, good.
Alhamdulillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Dr. Andy Ika, Rector, University, Dr. Saubandi, Dr. Anas Fazli, Dr. Ahmed Saeed, distinguished speakers, professors from around the globe, including USA, Malaysia, Indonesia, honored guests, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I apologize for the technological processes delayed my presentation to view you. It's my honor and privilege to join you today at the 4th International Conference on Health Sciences, focusing on AI advancing healthcare in the era of AI. At Dr. Samboy University, Indonesia. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, especially providing this opportunity to discuss the most significant transformation occurring in the healthcare today, the evolution of nursing in the digital era. Today, I invite you to think beyond technology. This presentation is not about computers replacing nurses. It is about how technology can amplify the reach, wisdom, compassion, and leadership of nurses. These realities demand a fundamental shift of how care is delivered. Therefore, my topic is virtual nursing and telehealth, integrated, proactive, and data-driven transformation of nursing practice, which focuses from episodic care to continuous connected care, from bedside to beyond the bedside. Why it's not moving? Next slide. Yes. These realities demand more patient care. The question is whether the digital health should be part of nursing practice. I would like to begin with a simple question. How many of you have heard of telehealth either as a patient, as a care provider, as a researcher, as an educator, or as a patient? Before discussing virtual nursing itself, let's understand why world urgently needs new model of nursing practices. It's because across the world, there is rising burden of chronic diseases, aging population, access to rural health gaps, and demand for continuous monitoring and continuous care. Besides what our government and officials have signed for universal health coverage and sustainable development goal, in which every country is the signatory to achieve at least minimum standards of care of access to everyone, every percent of the population in the country. Moreover, there is evolution of industry. We have learned that nursing evolved from patient care to at the time of Florence Nightingale in early 80s. I don't know why it's not moving. Slide. Yes. So evaluation of telehealth and virtual health nursing evolved from telephone advices to present video consultation, remote patient monitoring, and mobile health applications. And future is AI supported predictive nursing care. So in the future, we focus on predictive, proactive care, which focuses on early warning signs, early decision making, and primary health and health promotion strategy. As nursing advances from the time of Florence Nightingale, so does the technology. In early 80s, Industry 1, which was focusing on mechanization of the instruments and tools. As we progressed forward, and early 21st century industry was on computers, and mid after a decade it focuses on cyber and physical mechanic care. Now after this digitalization care, they have realized that what is missing in digitalization is human touch. So telehealth delivery care services from the distance factor missing the human touch. So this digitalization focuses that human touch, sustainability are the key pillars for providing the care to the community. I don't understand what is the problem for moving this presentation forward. So these are the three pillars of Industry 5.0 that needs to be integrated in the virtual and telehealth: the human centricity, sustainability, and resilience. Not only patient care, but in the healthcare system and healthcare provider delivery system also. As you have learned in the COVID-19 that we have provided the care from the distance. There was a fear of touching the patient. There was a question of sustainability, that how the continuation of the care can be enhanced. So we focus the resilience care. We develop the mental health promotion strategies to accept and provide the care among providers.
Hello, Miss Alia.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, your sound is
Yes.
Yes, we are hear you.
Okay. I don't know why the slides are not moving smoothly. Yes. So virtual care is the nurses are affected by World Health Organization, the core mandate of nursing care by American Nursing Association, International Council of Nurses, and regulatory bodies, WHO, that the core of patient care is individual level, family level, and community level, focusing health promotion, disease prevention, alleviate suffering, and restoring health, not only in normal situation, but in disaster management situations also, and all phases of disaster, which expand workflow of emergency response and training and trials, patient care coordination, advocacy for vulnerable population, collaboration, and mental health. And these are the areas that needs to be focused. Primary healthcare is a broad area because if we prevent the primary healthcare at the primary level, then the burden of diseases reduces. And as we move from primary healthcare to tertiary, the burden of providing care and improving the quality of life will be improved. So these will be the cost-effective strategies, and virtual capabilities integrate across all the layer of patient care. Here I can give you an example that when I was working as a head of community health program at Aman Foundation, we have a very structured, well-developed health ecosystem, virtual and telehealth integrated from primary health care at the community level. A community health worker decision support system was developed, uh, adopting the algorithms as my earlier Dr. Pacha Khan also discussed that how these algorithms are important. So from developing these all continuation of the care algorithms are very important. If we don't follow the standard practices, standard protocols, and the development of algorithms, then we cannot provide the care at different levels. So we have developed at Aman Foundation that if a CAW goes to a home and identify, check the blood pressure, and if the blood pressure is high, a decision support says that you can advise these. So she teach the health education. Then when it goes to the, if there is need for consultation, then her call move to the telehealth doctors and telehealth consultation nurses. If the situation is even worse, then it directs to the EMS services, so ambulance reach to that house urgently. So these minimizes the patient time of approaching the healthcare facility, having the access, transportation, and everything. So these approaches, these are the real lifetime examples exist, which we need to learn and integrate accordingly. The fundamental model of clinical care is shifting from traditional bedside that was reactive. Patient used to come, we used to give bedside care and they go, no follow-up, no home visiting, no telehealth connection that whether they are doing right or how they are coping. So this virtual nursing and telehealth expanding that ecosystem, as I have given the example of Amen Foundation, that is proactive, continuous connected care, extending presence beyond physical boundaries, technology enabled and data supported. During that time, technology was not very well advanced, but now we can use the things of internet, we can use the wearables and many other things which monitor the patient. If you have the mobile, if you have the application, mobile can monitor your heart rate, can monitor your blood sugar level. So these all will be connected with the healthcare system of the patient which you have developed at the community level. So it provides continuity of the care, which is very important for the nursing. So I have mentioned remote patient monitoring through blood pressure, oxygen saturation, weight, glucose, and whatever. It depends upon the situation of the patient. This proactive machine, if we have defined algorithm well, then this patient can be monitored well, can have early warning signs, and have a prompt referral to avoid delayed, to avoid disability adjusted life years, and to reduce the cost of the care if it is hospitalized. In the same manner, if we identify early warning signs from these patients, we can give the health education, we can advise what to do. If we identify a cardiac failure patient have a slight increase in the weight, we should not wait. We should tell the patient to immediately seek help in the emergency instead of wasting time at the home and prolonging the illnesses. So these are the immediate benefits of telehealth and virtual nursing care. Now the scope and capabilities of virtual care nursing enhances as we provide remote assessment, patient education, care coordination, which is very important. Like virtual nursing has emerged both from workforce sustainability strategy and healthcare. Like I have given the example of telehealth and emergency services at community level. The trained community health nurses don't go to houses, individual houses. Health workers were used to go, and through telehealth, they provide the guidance, consultation, role modeling, mentorship. So these all the concepts can be well integrated even in the hospital. As we have severe shortage of nurses, and our nursing population, our nursing leaders are also aging. So in this virtual era, if we set the strategies, we set the algorithm, these senior nurses, aging nurses can give their precious practical experiences to guide the nurses in the floor, in the community, or wherever nurses work around the continuum of the healthcare system. So, technology enabled without replacing human core. Because human core, human touch is very important, and you have the electronic records, remote patient monitoring, mobile health, and artificial intelligence. But human dimension and ethics is very important. If you don't touch the patient, but you can provide the therapeutic communication to the patient. If you don't touch the patient, but you can make the eye contact via video conferencing and reassuring that yes, you are listening actively. So these small actions make a lot of difference in developing the concept virtually between the patient and the healthcare providers. More importantly, patient privacy, cyber security, health equity, informed consent are very important. I was reading an article from the India, and it says that we take the informed consent when patient admit in the hospital, but when the patient data, we take the patient data, and especially in teaching hospitals, we use that data for research work, for publications, for making policies. But what we consent to the patient, we only consent that we provide your care. So this is a big ethical question. How these ethical strategies be implemented which are righteous, which are patient-centered, patient-friendly, and not violating the rights of the patients. So this is just an example that how we take the support from IT who make the algorithms which we develop from evidence-based practices after consultation and confirmation that what we want to achieve as an outcome of the patient. So these input processes, variable or input, then the process that how this data will be transformed, aggregated and analyzed in order to provide these and quick patient care responses. So here the modern nursing workflow with the digital era, the concept of nursing care process. What are the nursing care process we adopt? We first assess the patient, take the subjective and objective data. Then we make short-term, long-term goals. We develop the nursing diagnosis, and from the data, we develop the nursing diagnosis and make short-term and long-term goals. And then we monitor those goals through our interventions. Then after intervention, we evaluate. So virtual nursing is same concept applies digitally using the same nursing process from continuous assessment, development of plan, monitoring, intervention, and evaluation cycle. So it is not something that new, it's not something that is strange that we cannot do it. So, but here as in our patient-centered care, or patient may be community, it may be patient family, whatever, or maybe if we are working in the industry, the employees may be our patients. So whoever our patients are, we provide the primary care routers, then we continue to monitor. Then through digital platform, we identify high-risk patient, we do the data synthesis and provide the interprofessional team, as I have given the example of telehealth and emergency services in Aman Foundation. We have developed early in 2012, 2013 and onwards. So how we integrate, how we provide this all holistic care, because nursing is a holistic approach. Nursing don't work in silos. Nurses are being trained to provide the care in a comprehensive way. So this integrative, proactive, and data-driven framework is used. These are taken from the nursing theories, from the nursing informatics, that we provide integrated care. We don't see only the symptoms, but we provide the care as a holistic. When we do the first assessment, we use the functional health pattern model. I don't know what model of care you are using, what functional health patterns or what health assessment tools you are using. In Pakistan, we use functional health pattern. And first pattern is health perception. Then we move from all the functional health pattern and identify. And we identify where the care needs to be integrated. Is health belief system, is poverty, is ignorance, what are the things which need to be integrated. So we provide and direct the client to those services accordingly. Then, as I have mentioned earlier, it is a proactive. We monitor patient remotely through digitals and gadgets. So we identify early warning sign and take immediate action accordingly from the data we have used. But here, as my earlier speaker also mentioned, that in the data, privacy, cybersecurity, confidentiality are very important key elements, and nurses are made responsible to ensure that these data are safe and practiced safely. So if we see separate concepts, integrate pathways entire journey of the patient from the admission to the hospital stay, discharge, then home, or it go vice versa. It may go from here to there and from there to there. Okay, so what is seamless is communication, interpersonal collaboration across all physical centered. Patient care should be focused, and hybrid coordination and communication should be strengthened. And the second, so what roles nurses play in this orchestrator? Care coordination, clinical educator, patient advocacy, and remote accessor, and throughout the continuation of the care. So the next is proactive nursing care that focuses on prevention and early intervention and health screening. When we go home, if child is not immunized, it alerts. It gives the surveillance system, continuous surveillance system, that how many children in the community are undernourished, how many are vaccinated, and how many children are or mothers are non-compliant for vaccination or growth monitoring or early childhood care and development, or if a woman is pregnant, whether she is taking care, antenatal care or not. So these all tracked in the proactive nursing intervention defined in our algorithms in the first stage of development phase. If our development phase is strong, evidence-based, then we can have a successful virtual telehealth and virtual health nursing. If our algorithms are not strong, then we fail. No matter whatever we do, we fail. So IT and healthcare coordination is very important at the time of development phase. Then third is algorithm synthesis convert raw data into the clinical foresight. Like I have told you earlier that if patient blood pressure is high, it gives the alert to the telehealth. If it is very severe, it gives the alert to the emergency services. So this data synthesis and reaching to the direction next level of care is very important. So again, algorithm filtering is very playing a critical signal in the baseline noise. So if we say that integrated, proactive and data-driven framework helps nurses to provide the holistic care, it starts from data-driven to proactive to integrative and vice versa also. So it is continuous cycle, as we have learned the continuous cycle and nursing process from assessment to evaluation and evaluation to the assessment. Same is vice versa from data driven to proactive and integrative to proactive to data driven cycle. So when we, it helps to measure the outcome for workforce and patient care, because now workforce sustainability, we can wisely use the nurses who are retired, who are experienced, who are aged in a mentorship position, and we provide the access and optimization to the healthcare services, to the education. Like these nurses can give a good health education to the patient than a novice nurse. So integration of work sustainability, it improves, it increases sustainable health workforce. It provide the access and it predictive power of data analysis and timely management of the care to improve the quality adjusted life and decrease the disability adjusted life and the continuation of the care. So defining the success around 5 critical dimensions of performance is very important. What clinical outcome we are seeing? Patient center is a center. If patient is not satisfied, not trusted, he or she will not take your service delivery. He will or not she comply your care. No matter you provide health education, no matter you guide the patient, no matter you send your ambulance to receive the patient, they will not comply if they are not satisfied from the systems. So safety matrix is very important and mainly, especially data protection and data safety. So nurses make sure that these are built wisely, effectively, in order to gain the trust and satisfaction of the clients or patient whom we are providing the services. It's again not moving, shifting. So telehealth ecosystem and critical gaps. Even though we say that it is integrative, proactive, data-driven approach and prevent the disease prevention, early warning sign, it increases the workload of the nurses and healthcare team. But in this area, a little research is done. As my earlier speaker has highlighted, that we need to do the research in order to provide the evidence-based practices, in order to provide cost-effective strategies to our policy makers. So nurses has an important role that, especially nursing leaders, that are the patients satisfied? Are they getting quality patient care? Is nurses burnout reduces? Is nurses improving patient care? And is nurse be able to develop the interprofessional team and linkages? Digital platforms, is the nurse aware how to use digital platforms and how to analyze and drag the data for safe patient practices? So the nursing education system need to update the curriculum, integration and digital influences, and researchers need to do a comprehensive research in order to prove all these practices, that identify the gaps, identify the strengths, and then develop policies accordingly. So the threat is within. There are two types of threats which are very important. One threat is within the system. Like I have mentioned about the consent form, we take the consent for patient providing patient care, but we take the data for other reasons. So ethics and privacy are very important, are the key elements in providing the care. We develop the hospital, have the clinics, diagnostic reports. Some patients don't want to expose their reports, but they are very easily accessible. And we have one incident like that, one healthcare provider have taken the confidential data about the AIDS patient and he spread that message in the community. So then it was a very critical situation and everyone was involved. Then we have the ethical committee, and so these are very important pillars of providing virtual care, very important threat. Data breaches is very important to look into the. So India has developed the data management system policy in 2003. They have very strict system developed in it. We can learn from their lessons also. Implementation must confront infrastructure and cyber realities in order to reduce the digital literacy gaps, workflow redesign, which healthcare provider can work on floor and which healthcare provider can play a mentorship role, infrastructure deficits as avoiding and preventing the breaches of the data, need for leadership training, interoperability and governance framework. So cybersecurity is here Romania 2024. This is outside. I said one is internal, that we as a staff breach the data. The external, the attackers, the cyber attackers attack on the Romania in 2024 and 100 hospitals forced to switch to paperwork from virtual to paperwork. So resiliency, the industry for third pillar is resiliency. So resilience in developing the resilience strong system. So this Romanian IT was very active. They have solved this issue within 24 hours, but 24 hours were at the risk of providing the continuity of the care of reports, patient care, because every single minute, every single second counts in the patient care. If there is APG, if APG delayed, what care we provide, what parameter we set in ICU monitors. So these are very important. Then in USA, 26 biggest healthcare data breaches reported, which affected 19 million individuals. So these are the external forces. And as I mentioned earlier, that India has developed an excellent mitigation through Digital Personal Data Protection and Policy Act, and we can learn from them. Because of their time constraint, I am not going into detail. So, bridging the implementation gap requires systematic academic reformation, from policymakers to the executors to the beneficiaries. Current state to industry 5 future, which focuses on sustainability, resiliency, and providing the humanistic approach. Through empirical research, as my earlier speaker has well explained, very well elaborated about the research and need for the further research and technology using the IPT framework.
Excuse me, Prof. Alia.
Yes, I am finished.
Yeah, there are 5 minutes remaining.
Okay, yes. So it is 360-degree audit requirement in order to patient grievance policy, clinical audits, technology audits, and regulatory audits in order to maintain the trust and integrity in the system. The integrity was also focused by my previous researchers, so I am not going to give a detail. So, what are the regional realities and demands adopted in the digital ecosystem? In Pakistani context, as I have given the example of Afghan Healthcare Services providing the telehealth started from phone calling to now they are very advanced, they are very at a higher level. And I have given the example of health ecosystem of Aman Foundation. In India, I have learned this TP Act, which is very secure data breaching and external attackers. Then in Indonesia, Indonesia has also challenges, have a geographical challenge, remote islands access. So there is good opportunity to provide remote consultation, community health, monitoring, and all these parameters of nursing care we have just discussed in my presentation. So if we see the regional readiness between Pakistan and Indonesia, it is interesting to know that Indonesia is very far advanced in delivery model and coverage, nursing workforce and primary healthcare, digital infrastructure, and regulatory comprehensive data protection law. So you are lucky that you have excellent readiness, but you have to learn from the lessons of others that how you protect and how to ensure the quality patient care. So at the end, I would like to give a strategic roadmap for maturation of virtual nursing from policy and regulation development towards expanding the research agenda. So to conclude, I would like to say that virtual nursing is evolving permanently from reactive care delivery towards an integrated, proactive, and data-informed practices. The future is connected and it requires digital influence. See, I'm from Pakistan. I'm sitting here in Malaysia and I'm connected with Indonesia. This is because of digital availability. So I thank you, all the organizers and all the participants who patiently listened to me. And despite of the problem and issues in moving the slides and taking your time extra. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Alia, for such inspiring information. So we truly appreciate for your valuable insight. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the discussion session. So to all of you, my dear participants, if you have a question or something to discuss, feel free type them in the comment section, or you can raise your hand and ask your question. Okay, we have a question from the chat box. Yeah, the question is from Angga Dwi Kurniawan. Given that holistic caring and emotional connection remain the undeniable core values of nursing, how will the rapid integration of healthcare technologies such as AI diagnostic, automate patient monitoring, and digital record keeping impact these vital human elements? Furthermore, in the context of developing nations like Indonesia, where healthcare system already face heavy workload, limited resources, and digital literacy gaps, does the push for technology efficiency risk the personality, nurse-patient interaction, and eroding compassionate care, or can it be balanced to actually enhance the nursing practice? Okay, Professor Alia, what you
Thank you
answer
so
please?
much for a very insightful question. Yes, there are challenges that needs to be faced by providing the holistic care to the patients. But there is also a hope. Yes, it takes time. It takes empirical research. It takes us to analyze that what are the learning, what are the positive practices, and where to go, how to move, and where to make further integration and further amendments in order to provide positive practices and enhance holistic care.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Alia, for the answer. Okay, we next goes to next question, maybe from the audience. Okay, I think that's a final discussion, Prof. Yeah. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Alia, for that was very insightful explanation. I hope it has answered the question clearly. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of our discussion section. Allow me to briefly present a summary of today's discussion. The presentations explain how virtual nursing and telehealth are transforming telehealth through data-driven technologies that improve patient-centered care, clinical decision-making, and healthcare accessibility. It highlights the integration of virtual nurses, digital health platform, data system, and interprofessional teams to create a connected care ecosystem that enhances care condition, remote monitoring, and patient engagement. The material also discusses the benefit challenges and ethical consideration of healthcare, including digital equality, data privacy, workforce readiness, and the needs for supportive policies and infrastructure. So, to all of you, my participants, thank you very much for your thoughtful question and active participation. And thank you once again, Associate Professor Alia, for your insightful presentation and for sharing your valuable expert with us today. And it has been a pleasure to have you here with us. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we sincerely appreciate your meaningful contributions to this conference. In the recognition of valuable contribution to the 4th International Conference of Health Sciences, we are honored to present you with a certificate of appreciation. Okay, we will now have a brief photo session. Look at the camera. 1, 2, smile. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor Alia Nasir. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's scientific session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers, Dr. Pacha Pontuyakul and Associate Professor Alia Nasir, for their valuable presentation and inspiring insight. And a special thank you to all participants for your active engagement throughout this session. It has been a pleasure moderating today's session, and thank you for all being here. Have a nice day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sowabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sowabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Thank you so much to moderator. Our first plenary session of the 4th Dr. Subandi University International Conference on Health Science has now completed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next plenary session. On the second plenary session, we will have two speakers. The first speaker for this session, The Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil bin Saleh, PhD, GCCI, FRSB from University College of MIYP International, UCME, Malaysia. We will talk about the navigating the future of medical laboratory technology, artificial intelligence, automation, and digital transformation in diagnostic. And the second speaker, the Honorable Sohail Aziz, PhD from Masa University, Malaysia, and we will talk about challenges in new drug development in the era of artificial intelligence. And this session will be guided by Hartalina Mufida, Master of Science, as a moderator. To moderator, we invite you on the stage.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Soabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, researchers, and all participants who are joining with us virtually. My name is Hartalina Mufida, and it's my pleasure to serve as your moderator for this session. In this session, we have two speakers. Our first speaker is Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil bin Saleh, PhD, GSCI, Cater Scientist, FRSB, Fellow of the Royal Society of Biology from the UCMI, Malaysia. Professor Nazil is a renowned expert in artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and healthcare innovation. Today, he will present a lecture about navigating the future of medical laboratory technology, artificial intelligence, automation, and digital transformation in diagnostic. Before we get started, I would like to share video profile of Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil bin Saleh, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil bin Saleh, PhD, JSCI, FRSB.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Good day, Prof. Nazil.
Yes.
Okay, then Prof. Nazil will present it for 50 minutes and followed by 10 minutes for Q&A session. And the next session, I will be take a conclusion for this presentation. Are you ready, Prof. Nazil, for the presentation?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, all right, time is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, I would like to thanks to organizer for this. I think it's a very important conference. It's two-day conference organized by Universitas Dr. Subandi. And thank you very much, our moderator, Madam Hartalina, for generous introduction about me. Okay, today I would like to share with you regarding a very important topic on the medical technology, navigating in future of medical technology. Basically, we're talking about the AI, automation, digital transformation in diagnostic. I think this is the key, discussion around the world regarding embedded AI, automation, and digital at this moment. Okay, I start with a very important message. If you can see during a COVID-19, during the renovalizing industry 4.0 is accelerate the processes. You can see during a COVID-19 in 2020, everything is fastest in terms of diagnostics. So in terms of that, we're also talking about the integration, and definitely we look into the significant improvement of the accuracy, speed, and accessible diagnostic tool and also procedure. Because during that, COVID-19, you can see like very quick people can identify and also come out with a resolution what is the best method, what is the best parameters, and also the best biomarkers during that time. So you can see from here, we're talking about the AI technology diagnostic, and then we're talking about the early detection in terms a lot of diseases in the world. So we're talking about the cancer detection, people using very sophisticated instrument, and then detection on the cardiovascular. We're talking about neurological, we're talking about infectious disease, and definitely goes to the diabetic as well. Okay, if you see from this data actually has been proposed and also has been presented by World Bank, you can see the total healthcare spending, especially in Asian country. There is increases from 2017, 420 USD billion to 740 USD billion for this year, last year. So you can see how significant and how important in term healthcare at this moment. So people talking about healthcare, people talking about the diagnostic, people talking about the primary care. This is, I think, the major contribution and also involvement and also spending every single country in the world. So for example, like you can see, like Indonesia is about 0.4, Singapore 2.3, and other country also contribute in this era. So during the COVID-19, you can see this is what I mean, the way moving forward during that time, like a lot of what I mean, trust and also, the direction has been imposed in Asia country. For example, like Indonesia focusing on the omnibus healthcare law priorities, and then look into pharmaceutical and medical device. And for example, like Singapore, they look into on the implementing on the precision medicine and also developing on the diagnostic. And Philippines, they look into on the research tally more on the scientific programs, and Malaysia basically focus on the essential medicine list, especially on the innovation and also clinical research as well. So from that, they already come out is a very important four pillar. You can see from here in terms of the evolution of the medical diagnostic, they're talking about the technological progress, which is I will discuss later on this, because you can see a lot of industry and also pharmaceutical look into innovation diagnostic product and also services. And then there is an impact of global events. You can see a lot of awareness and also conferences and also services talking about the impact of the healthcare system. Definitely goes to on the market dynamic also play very important. I already mentioned, whereby you can see the country has been spending more to half from 420 billion to 700 100 billions. So in terms of that, there is also rise in terms of the healthcare awareness. This is, I think, because of the incident, people try to understand and to grow health in terms of well-being program and look into the capacity of the healthcare of the individuals. So, for example, you can see on the medical technology, for example, we're talking about very basic in the microbiology lab. You can see like a traditional, time consuming. You can see like normally to growth, the bacteria or microorganism taking like 2 or 3 days. And then using a recent technology, you can expedite and also to get result in the process. So you can see, for example, like during the last 10 years, people talking about the rapid and also portable. Now using a smart, high throughput technology, you can look the whole genome within the same day. Result will be identified. So from here, you can see how significant in terms of integration, AI, automation, and also digital at the same time. All right, now we look on the very important on the current market scenario. So because of everything, the integration, and then we're talking about the AI in the surgical, we're talking about the online doctor can advise give a preliminary diagnostic or advice to the patient. And there is like AI chatbot talking about what kind of the medication to be taken. And then there is others involvement in terms of AI in pharmacology and also precision medicine as well. This is all the integrated and has been implemented right now. So from that, you can see how the medical technology processing and also accelerating the process from beginning. For example, as I mentioned, we're talking about the early precision medicine has been proposed in 2014 during that time. So it's a more tailor-made to one individual, to one treatment, and also one medication. So however, this is all the way is integrated, that people try to understand and also using the technologies to stimulate and also prediction in terms of the best implementation in the laboratory, for example, like in the genomic, proteomic, and also molecular profiling on the metabolomics. So from that is a good practices for the doctors or people in the lab, especially a pathology, to proceed on the patient management. All right. So you can see at the same time, in terms of the moving forward, we're talking about the molecular diagnostic market. So from 2026 to 2033, you can imagine it's about 12.6% will be increases in terms of the market demand. So you can see from here, they expected about USD 20.6 billion in 2026, up to 47 billion in 2033. So this is shown that is a very significant the integration between AI, automation, and also digital in terms of driving on the market at this moment. So you can see everyone talking about the look into on the opportunities and also look on the restraint as well. So this is all the factors involved in terms of moving forward on the market demands. So it's not only that, as we are in the era 5.0, we're talking about the cloud computing, we're talking about the AI advancement. For example, like you can see, the moving into up to 5 years, we're talking about the nanotechnology, we're talking about the blockchain. It's a very important how to transport. Diagnostic. I believe like in Indonesia, you reach a lot of islands. So I think it's a very important to think what is the best on the blockchain supplying and also to cascade in terms of diagnostic and also the information among the communities. And I believe VR is another things that people look into that, and also quantum computing and also digital twin as well. This is all the important key elements to ensure that we are a part of the contribution on the AI and also automation in medical diagnostic. So from here, I think people in the medical diagnostic very familiar with the name Roche, GE, Siemens. This is all the big boy that contribute in the medical diagnostic, and they predicted is about 40% increases in the market because they are the main player contribute and also distribute in terms of the device equipment to the healthcare provider especially. All right. Now we move into the technological trends in medical diagnostic. This is a very important of my topics. So you can see here, I give the example. Okay, people using in microbiology, for example, they're talking about the sample collection, and then there is a transportation, and then clinical sample. From that, they have to know about the classical microbiology. This is like people do in the labs, and then do gram stain analysis, and then from that, the little bit technology people talking about the molecular approach is a part of a part of the research now has been translated as a real diagnostic in the laboratory. At the same time, we have to understand about for example, like in the microbiome, it's a very interesting that we have to understand a lot of the microorganism actually is a participate around our environment. For example, from aquatic, we talk about the from host, we talking about the external, from ancient, everything is integrated. Then we have to understand the end of the day, we have to analyze and also to understand about the strategy on the omics, and also to put everything in the good a system to understand every single pathway involved in our system. Okay, so this is all factors that integrate and also accelerate in terms of people in the laboratory translate to the real diagnostic in the laboratory. All right. So we can see time to time, we're talking about from the SARS, we're talking about the swine flu, we're talking about Ebola, we're talking about the COVID-19. And early this year, we're talking about the hantavirus. This is all the zoonotic and also transmitted disease can be can spread to over the world. So using the high-end technology, I believe we can detect on the early detection up to 4 hours, okay, using PCR machine. I believe during 2020, during the COVID-19, people using a PCR, one of the gold standard equipment to running the analysis. And now we move into on the CRISPR's next generation techniques. Look, using the device, you can detect less than 60 minutes. Okay. So from that, it's not only that, you can see a lot things has been available in the market. So you can see a lot of people, I believe, even though people virtual or in the hall, I think majority I can say is about 80% they are using smartphone. So from that device, you can detect your healthcare daily. At the same time, they can trigger and also give you the input your healthcare status time to time. So from here, you can see like in Southeast Asia, so they predicted it's about medical device will be increases from 12.2 billion to 16.3 billion. So you can see it's like tremendous increases in terms of medical device that has been innovate, and people will look into this digital and also device at this moment. All right. In terms of diagnostic, so I give example on the infectious diseases diagnostic. You can see, the movement from the traditional diagnostic method, and then people talking about the molecular diagnostic technology. At the same time, I believe this kind of technology, we need a skill as well. It's not only put everything in the machine, but we have to understand about the normal, procedure, normal, analysis, and also to understand how the equipment run it, and also the interpretation. This is a very important as a medical technology to understand about the how to translate the result into the explanation, because the end of the day, that will be benefit to the clinicals, and also future application to the clinical diagnostic, outbreak investigation, and then merging pathogen detection, and finally to come out with the another good on the antimicrobial resistance surveillance, and also point of care of the testing. This is all the era that we have looked into that. It's not only that, we're talking about the molecular diagnostic, which is precision, like gold standard analysis from the early detection, either using a common PCR or real-time PCR, that will be give you the actual, scenario happen in human body. This is very important to analyze and then to understand what kind of the gene communication in the body, especially on the cancer patient, to understand about the communication of the gene, because I believe like people in stage 2, 3, and 4, they have a different gene communication in the body. That's why like people have certain cancer after the remove the cancer, there is another cancer in other part of the body. This is very important to understand about the gene communication, and also to look on the next generation sequencing. Now is already in in 4th generation. Okay, so it's not only that, because from the molecular diagnostic, that will be give us 3 important output. The first on the speed to result, and also the clinical output is a very important to ensure that we look into on the efficacy and also accuracy on the analysis. The second thing is very important to look on the enhanced accuracy and also sensitivity. This is very important to ensure that we give a correct output and also the correct diagnostic and also explain to the patient, because this is the end of the day, we are treating the human to the patient with the correct approach and also the correct analysis. And finally, we look into on the optimizing. It's a very important that we have to understand about the strategy test selection. It's a very important because we are using AI, so they can tell you what is the best in terms of speeding. In terms of the choosing on the test selection, and then on using the AI and also the automation, they can give you on the clinical context interpretation, because I believe from that you know what is the best in terms of the clinical context and interpretation. And finally, we have to understand about the flow and also the process at the same time. This is a very important because I believe this is a part of the ethicals in the medical technologies. All right, now we look into on the future outlook. Okay, because everything's integrated, you can see the movement on the AI has been increased on the 28%. Because last time people talking about the precision medicine is number one. Now it's people embark on the precision medicine diagnostic is only 5%, and people move into on the molecular diagnostic up to 20%. And the same time, you can see the sensor and also wearable is increased time to time up to 40%, whereby I already mentioned just now, you can see a lot of industry look on the sensor to ensure that early detection to cure in terms of the diseases, or to cure in terms of the spread of the incident of the pandemic later on. Okay, I believe because of this kind of technology, there is a challenges because this is a part of, we have to consider all the challenges in terms of the advancement of the technology. Definitely the first, we're talking about the regulatory challenges. This is, we're talking about the new equipment, a new device. We have to understand about the protocol, and also we have to type up with the regulatory from country to country. And then we're talking about the data privacy and also security. I think has been presented by Dr. Alia, Prof. Alia just now. We're talking about the data privacy. We're talking about the interoperability issue. This is a very important. We're talking about the lack of the standardization protocol, because I believe a lot of equipment available in the market. I believe different equipment, they have a different standard and also protocol. So we have to come out what is the best gold standard and also the same reference in terms of the technology on that. We're talking about the high initial cost, definitely. Last time we're talking about a very expensive on the PCR machine. Now I believe every single center, a small center also, at least one a PCR to analyze and to um to um to express in terms of the result finding, and also to accelerate the process, and also to look on the data analysis. And finally, we're talking about the limited accessible, because it's not everyone can understand and adventure into on the equipment available, because there's a lot involvement in terms of governance issue, in terms of ministry, in terms of the politics and geography location time to time. So I highlight here is very important that we look into on the molecular diagnostic is a part of regionalized pathogen detection. I believe it's not only the clinical microbiology, but it's others. Clinical diagnostic, and then the increases of the accuracy and also rapid test of the equipment, for example, like PCR, NGS and also CRISPR is a part of the important diagnostic in terms of to identify the specific identification, and then this kind of AI the automation is the improve of the outbreak response, and also antimicrobial resistant surveillance is very important because this is a part of the process. And we're talking about the integration in AI. Okay, there is another part, and also data interpretation. And finally, we're talking about the affordables and also point of care and also of the global diagnostic access. Is it we have time? Okay, before I end my presentation, this is a very important summary for my talks. We're talking about the real practice right now. Enjoy the movie.
Alarm off.
Good morning, Sophie. How did you sleep?
You tell me, Oz.
447 minutes of confirmed sleep, 34.2% REM. Slept like a baby.
Increase floor temperature.
Increasing floor temperature.
And start me a slow drip, will you? I'm going to take a shower.
Of course, Sophie. I am scheduled for your appointment at the microclinic. Your full medical history and self-exam results from this morning have been confirmed and received. And your primary care doctor, Liz Childress, has been notified of your appointment.
Sophie, we've been expecting you. I'm Lily, your technologist. Let me show you to your personal pod.
Where do I begin?
Our pods will help with you at ease. They're equipped with sensories.
I remember you telling me how you would sing to me before I was born.
It's going to be okay. Before we do any further testing, we're going to go over the results of your self-exam. But first, let's give you the sensory atmosphere you requested, shall we?
That you were convinced it was why I have such great taste in music.
Step up to the scanner and relax your body. Remain still. And 3, 2, 1. Good. Lift your arm above your head. Remain still. And 3, 2, good.
How the mere thought of me was all it took for love to grow stronger than anything you'd ever known. The invisible things that consume us. The fear you had dealing with this, and how different it is for me today.
You look great. Right now, you're just going to lay down for me.
Facing the very same thing that took you from me. You told me once, we can look so deeply into ourselves that we miss what's most important.
So I'm afraid the MRI does show a suspicious lesion in the left breast. Based on appearances and outputs from the artificial intelligence application, Probability of malignancy is high. That's the not so good news. The good news is that we caught it early, and when we look at global data, they predict excellent outcome for you.
I see something now that was harder for you to see.
Let's talk about next steps.
Hope. Hope in the world that surrounds me, in the people here to guide me through. You told me it was something I'd find when I needed it most. And I have. Hi, Mom. Here's what I hope for. I just wish you could be here today to see it and to meet your great-granddaughter. She has your smile.
Everything is set for tomorrow's party, Sophie.
With that, I end my presentation. I back to our moderator, Madam Hartalina.
Thank you for the presentation, Prof. Nazil. In this session, we move to Q&A session. You have 3 questions from participant in the chat box. I would like to read it for you. The first question is from Dr. Dian Wigati. How can laboratory professionals prepare themselves for the rapid adoption of AI and automation in diagnostic?
Can you repeat again one more time, please?
Yes. How can laboratory professionals prepare themselves for the rapid adoption of AI and automation in diagnostic?
All right, I think it's a very great question. We're talking about our readiness in terms of the moving into AI, automation, and also digital. I believe this is another thing that country and also people working in the healthcare system, especially in the laboratory, to understand about the high throughput and also innovation of the technology. I believe the competency is another thing embedded with the skill, because when we're talking about the AI and also automation, definitely we have to start it in from beginning, especially look into our curriculum. In the university, to ensure that we are aligned with the high-end technology. This is another thing that we have to think and move forward. In terms of people already working in the laboratory, I believe the center need to further discuss with the
Yes, thank you for the response, Prof. Nazil. And we have next question from Cynthia Fauza. The question is, since molecular diagnostic highly sensitive and can detect nucleic acid from both viable and non-viable organism, how should clinician integrate molecular diagnostic result with clinical assessment and conventional microbiological methods to avoid unnecessary antimicrobial treatment?
All right. Okay. This is the way how you talk about translate from the analysis to the clinician. I believe either you are using the traditional and also high throughput analysis, but I believe the result will be there. Only the time consuming in terms of the detection. But when you're talking about the high-end technology, definitely the result is more accurate, and that will be helping on the clinician expedite in terms of the the patient treatments. And I believe in terms of the conventional techniques, sometimes you need another assessment in terms of to prove the result. But I believe right now we are in the translating from the conventional techniques to a new era on digital. I believe Indonesia also do the same thing. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. We have two questions again, Prof. Nazil,
Yep.
from the participant. And the next question is from Miss Neni. What do you think AI will replace medicine laboratory scientists in the future, or will it mainly serve as a supporting tool?
All right. I think there is a famous question. People talking about the AI to replace medical technology personnel. What I can say is no, because like AI is a tools. Okay. Because I believe a lot of big data analysis already gather that will be accelerate in terms of people in medical technology to choose to do the right in terms of diagnostic, and also in terms of finding later on will be help you a lot of a lot of information together. Is not only stand alone. Okay, for example, like people talking about the early cancer detection. Okay, so there is a lot of information and big data, so you can use this kind of data. But the end of the day, human will be identified, and human will be the key person to decide what kind of stages or what kind of the outcome of the analysis. We still need human. Yep.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Prof. Nazil. And the next question is from Amalia Azahra. The question is, what is the biggest challenge in implementing AI in medical laboratories, especially in developing countries? And then what advice would you give to university to better prepare students for the digital transformation in laboratory medicine? Thank you.
All right, I think it's a very excellent question. I think it's not only Indonesia. I think in Malaysia and also other country, we have. This is my opinion, my personal opinion. So we have to revamp actually our curriculum right now, because every single aspect we have to embedded the AI and also the automation at the same time, because this is the direction, and also already implemented in all our higher hospital healthcare provider. Because I believe if we not change in terms of curriculum, not embedded AI practices, I'm not sure people can ready to work in the real situation, as I shown in the last video. People using a lot of device, but at the end of the day, we need the consultant and also medical technology to advise. But we have to understand about the AI, big data, and others. Agencies in the real technology right now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Prof. Nazil. And the last one question from Siti Holifah. She's from Bachelor of Midwifery in Universitas Dr. Subandi. The question is, can molecular testing detect congenital abnormalities in the womb?
All right, we're talking about the abnormalities. Yes, I think for the pregnancy woman, there is technology. Even though we're talking about the genetics variants in the early pregnancy, and also others approaches in terms of diagnostic, I say yes, because there is a big data analysis that we can integrate and understand about the certain condition of the abnormalities of the patient. The answer is yes. The molecular technology will be helpful, at least early detection on the certain diseases.
Okay, all right. Thank you for explanation, Prof. Muhammad Nazil. And this is, I think, the end of the Q&A session. And we have to present a certificate of appreciation to Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil bin Saleh, PhD. Here is certification of appreciation to Prof. Dr. Muhammad Nazil bin Saleh, PhD, CSCI, FRSB. And I would like to thank very much to Prof. Nazil for the sharing valuable knowledge with us, because this is very important for me, especially for me as a medical laboratory technology scientist, to know about how to integrate it, AI and diagnostic, especially in molecular diagnostic. Thank you very much once again to Prof. Dr. Muhammad Nazil for the presentation, for the contribute in this fourth Universitas Dr. Sumbandi International Conference. Thank you very much to all audience, to all participants have joining with us. And to second speaker will have held after break. And once again, thank you very much, Prof. Nazil, for your contribution in this conference. I hope this is very important for all students in Universitas Dr. Subandi. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I would like to hand the next agenda to our MC. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to the fourth ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sowabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 60-minute break to allow the Muslim to have duhur prayers and to all of you to have lunch. Please all participants return to the conference room at 13 p.m. Thank you and enjoy the break time.
Heart of Jember stands university that grows with a spirit of knowledge
Yeah.
be a chef in an airport.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sowabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sowabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our conference. Our next speaker will be Lead Hartalina Mufida, Master of Science, as moderator. To moderator, we invite you on the stage.
Tes tes 1 2 3. Okay, thank you for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to plenary session 2. In this opportunity, I would be your moderator for the presentation. In this opportunity, we have one speaker. He's Sohail Aziz, PhD, from Masa University, Malaysia. Today, Sohail Aziz, PhD, will deliver a presentation entitled Challenges in New Drug Development in the Era of Artificial Intelligence (AI). His presentation will explore how artificial intelligence is transforming pharmaceutical research while highlighting the opportunities and challenges in modern drug discovery. Before we get started, I would like to show you a short video profile of Sohail Aziz, PhD. And the next agenda is presentation of Sohail Aziz, PhD, And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sohail Aziz, PhD. Good afternoon, Dr. Sohail Aziz.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Dr. Sohail Aziz will have 50 minutes for the presentation and followed by 10 minutes for Q&A session. Are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, I am ready. Thank you.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me for the talk today, which is the challenges in the drug development. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge the morning talk by the three of the very respectable speakers, where they talked about the AI in the research, AI in nursing, and AI in the lab technician. We all acknowledge that AI has, to some extent, it has developed, or I would say, it has extended our understanding of how the drug discovery and how the treatment approaches are in the current era. But there are still some challenges which need to be addressed. So first, I will talk about what are the specific areas where AI is winning and what are the challenges that we can think about for improvement in the coming future. So if you can see on the left side, there are 200 plus drug candidates that was introduced and that came to the clinical trial. So if I talk about these numbers, if we talk about these numbers in the late 2023, there were about 20 to 25 of the drug candidates, but within the span of 24 months, this number increased significantly. But the main challenge, the main part is none of them has yet finished or none of them has reached the patient. So if we see both the aspects, both of them, they are true to some extent. And how can they be true if there are 200 plus and still zero in the practice? We will discuss what are the challenges and why they are still not reaching, regardless of we have brilliant molecule and still they cannot be converted into the medicine. And for your information, none of the drug has been approved by the FDA or the European agency until now, which has been discovered by the AI. So there are three questions. The first thing is, why is it so hard? Why making any new drug? It takes years, it takes decades, and it takes a lot of money. If we talk about the past, where the AI was not a part of the drug discovery or the medicine, it was really hard to just find the molecules that are effective enough that can be introduced, or in the future, you can expect them to reach the patient. So why is it so hard? Because we still do not understand the difficulty. We will not be able to understand how AI can help us. The second is where AI is specifically winning. So I will show you in the coming few slides with evidences the part where AI is still winning, but the last one where is it still stuck. There are some unsolved problems which doesn't let these brilliant molecule reach to the patient. These are extremely brilliant molecule, the 200 plus that I'm talking about. They had been recently introduced for the clinical trials, but still it hasn't reached. So 2027 to 2028, I would say that's the era where we can expect some new AI discovered molecule which may reach the patient. So the first question, usually when we talk about the discovery of drug, over 10 years from the first idea in the laboratory to the medicine, it usually take a decade from a molecule to reach a pharmacy. And it will cost around $2 billion per drug. That is an average cost. It depends on the type of molecule and the type of drug, but on average, it will take around $2 billion. And it includes, as we all know, that most of them, it will fail in the middle of nowhere. So once they fail, so all this money is wasted. This failure is like the project, they will not reach they will not reach the clinical trials, or in the clinical trial, they will fail the safety or the efficacy test. So 90% of them usually fail. So 90% of these candidates, they reach human testing, but they never became the medicine. And we have a lot of literature which has talked about all these failures and all these things. No, I put it as an Eroom's law. If you all know about the Moore's law said that the computer system and the chip, they are improving, like they are getting faster and cheaper with time. But if we talk about the medicine, they are getting slower, and at the same time, they are getting more expensive, which is exactly the opposite of computing. So that's where the researchers, they thought that maybe the introduction of AI, it can improve, it can at least, if not reverse, to some extent, it can improve this part, but still we haven't reached that part yet. Now, the journey of a medicine, if we talk about the journey, I think most of us know about the clinical trials. We know that what happens in that whole process. So the first thing is we pick the part of the body's biology we want to act on. Usually it is a protein, for example, in a cancer patient. So we might target a specific protein. The next one is we find the molecule anywhere that will do something relevant to that target. So we find the target, then we find the place where it can really hit. And the third one is we take those hits, we take those molecules and we refine them and we change the chemistry or the structure until we have a promising candidate. Then it will reach the preclinical where we test those molecules for the safety, whether it is in vitro first, and then later it goes to the animals or the in vivo. The next one is the clinical. Now we test the molecules that has passed through the preclinical stage. We test them on the human. So usually in the first phase, there is a small group of healthy volunteers, and after that it will reach to the second phase where there are hundreds of patients, and then later on it will reach to the 1,000. And lastly, the regulators will review and approve for the patient. Now, if I tell you AI is extremely powerful, it's genuinely powerful in the first three stages, which is the target, the hit, and the lead. But if we talk about the latter three parts, if we talk about the preclinical studies, if we talk about the clinical findings, which is still AI hasn't cracked that part yet. This part is the challenging part. They give us the molecule, they give us the drug, they give us the specific target and hit, but it's not still able to reach to the patient. So the next question is, what AI was built to do here? What was the role of AI, or what was we expecting? Okay, before I talk about all these things, I would like to clarify if I'm talking about AI, and here AI means specifically machine learning. So it's a computer system that learns from example rather than following fixed rules of that has a human has written. So this is the machine learning. We train the machines, we tell them how everything is, and accordingly the machine learning, you show them millions of patient data, and then you let it figure out the pattern by itself. So sometimes it sport those things where very senior clinicians may miss it. So sometimes it confidently makes you wrong, like it will give you a very confident response that this is the best thing, but it may be wrong. So in both instances, it can happen. Either it is extremely smart, or sometimes it smartly make a wrong decision. So there are three places that I would say that these are the three, I would discuss the three specific winning point of AI. So this is the first one. It see the target clearly, as I discussed in the earlier slide. So they see the target clearly. Okay, so if we talk about the target, usually a protein, they are kind of like it's a key to a lock. So before you can design the key, you need to know what exact shape of the lock is. That's how the usual work. So now the problem is here. if we find the 3D shape of the protein using the traditional laboratory method, it will take months. And we all know that in the previous, like before the introduction of AI, sometimes it will take years to find the right molecule because there are more than 200 protein molecules that are known to biology. And up until a few years ago, like before the 2020, there were a small fraction of them which we knew, and we were not able to crack all of them together. It will usually take the researchers like months or years to go through all these things and find out the right molecule. Then in 2020, the Google DeepMind, they released the AlphaFold. It's an AI system that predicts the 3D shape of a protein from its chemical sequence, and it gives you the response like within hours. Now, from the months, we came to within hours. And for your information, they were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for that breakthrough in 2024. So, in previously, we were trying to find the exact key which can fit that specific lock, but now AI is helping us in such a way that it can go through that 200 million of protein and it can find us the right fit. The next one is designing the molecule. Now we have found a molecule. Once we have understood the key, now the next one is, if we talk about the molecule that they exist and then physically screening them without the use of AI, it was slow, it was an expensive process, and it took years. So now we have the generative AI. It is a computer design, okay? It will build the molecule, the brand new molecule from the scratch. Instead of searching the existing chemical libraries, it will build you a molecule from scratch. And at the same time, it can also screen like millions of candidates virtually, which is known as the in silico. These days, there is a lot of research, and most of the researchers, they are working with the in silico, which means inside a computer. So all these things, it contribute, I would say this is the second most important win that has gained by AI. AI has provided us the molecules. They are going through all this research. They are screening it all for us. And the next one is the last, I would say this is also kind of a win, because previously, if we talk about going through the molecular structures, the data, millions of molecules, screening them, it took years, and after years, it failed. Okay, so now AI it's failing faster and cheaper. Like we do not have to spend billion of dollars just for that first part, which is the part of the finding the right target, the right hit. So here AI has helped us, even though it fails at certain instances, but I would say it is failing quite cheaper in comparison to what was happening. So it brings us to the absorption, distribution, metabolism, and the excretion part. So and with all these things, AI can now easily predict the absorption, all this pharmacokinetic profile of a candidate molecule before even you synthesize it. So it means it has comparatively made it easier for us to understand everything well in advance. And if it fell cheaper. We do not have to spend millions of dollars just for the finding of the right molecule. Okay, this is the early evidence. So if you can see the phase 1 safety trial, historically, like previously before the introduction of AI, about half of the drug candidate, they will pass the phase 1. That is the baseline, like the first initial stage, like 50% of them, they will pass and the remaining 50% of them will fail. But once the AI has been introduced, the AI design candidate, they are entering the trial in the last 2 years. The pass rate is around 80 to 90%, as you can see here. So 80 to 90% of them succeeded in comparison to what we talked about from the history, which was around 50%. Now, there is one important limitation. These are very early numbers. Like based on these numbers, we cannot make any judgment. And the next thing is these are on very small sample of drugs. And usually the phase 1, as I earlier discussed in the previous slide, these are the easiest trial to pass. So we cannot celebrate it. We cannot say this is a win yet. Maybe in 2027 or 2028, when we really have a drug which has reached the patient, then we would celebrate it. We would say that yes, it was an achievement. But until this time, we would say there is still the limitation. So, and along with that, if we can see the timing, usually the timing is 30 to 40% faster than what it was in the previous era before the use of AI. So as we discussed earlier, there are 200 plus molecules that has reached the clinical trials. So these 200 plus molecules, they reached within a range of 13 to 20 months to the clinical trial. So if we see previously, it will take like 5 to 6 years to reach a clinical trial, but now it is reaching within 1 or 1.5 years. But previously it was too high. Okay, the next part is about the in silico medicine. So usually the in silico medicine, they are the AI designed drug. Usually for what we have recently observed for the idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, which is a very severe and serious disorder of lungs. So they have shown some positivity in the early stages in the patient. Okay. The next one is the relay therapeutic and AI-guided cancer drug, which has reached phase 3, but still it is in the development phase. But I would say that they have received a fast-track regulatory designation. FDA has already approved it. FDA has agreed that they will try to provide them a fast-track regulatory designation. But all these things are still under the development. We are still not in those stages where we can confidently say that the drug has already made it to the patient. Maybe there are some researches, like there is one of the drug that has been, it's under the clinical trial in China. So we are expecting that maybe in 2027 or 2028, the drug may reach the market, and then we can say that yes, AI has succeeded in that first, in the next phase after the drug discovery. Okay, this is a very important part of AI, which AI has cracked yet. I would say this is a very important one and a very interesting one at the same time, because previously when we were talking about the clinical trial, there was a use of like placebo as well as we had the control and we had the patient. Or I would say that we had the drug and we had the placebo. So what happened is the digital twin, it is a computer model that will specifically mimic and accurately predict what a patient would have happened if there was no treatment at all. So we do not need to go with the placebo. So it's a computer model of specific patient. It's not a generic average person. It gives you the exact prediction of a specific patient. So we are not using it for the prediction of disease in general. It is predicting the patient individual disease trajectory, what make it specifically more advanced in comparison to what we were doing in the past. So how is it built? Usually we have two input, as you can see on the screen. So the first is we get the rich historical data. How rich it is, that still need to be determined. So it has the records of the patient from the previous few decades with the same disease, the same age, and the same comorbidity, as well as the same biomarkers. Then the next part is the specific baseline data on the day when they were enrolled in the trial. So these are the specific patient baseline that has been provided. Okay. Then the prediction model, it will digest both and it will produce, as we can see on the right of the slide, a predicted curve, which will show that what would have happened if the patient disease was like what would have happened with the disease ongoing week by week. If nothing was done, like if there was no treatment, what would have happened? So the digital twin, I would say it's a win by the AI in the current era. They have lessened the burden of the placebo. But still, there are challenges. I will talk about that later, because the digital twin, they may not be able to predict, because most of the data that we have is from the West. So how much do we have the data from Indonesia or Malaysia or the Asian part? So the pooling of this digital twin, it creates a synthetic control arm. Now, this synthetic control arm, in a traditional clinical trial, what do? We have half the patient who will get the drug and half of them will get the placebo, which is usually a dummy pill, as we all know, or it is a normal saline pill. So we compare both the finding, and based on those findings, we come up with a conclusion whether the drug is effective or it's just a psychological effect. So the placebo effect, ethically, it is a problem because these are real, these are sick patients, and they are receiving no treatment, and still they are expecting that maybe they are in the treatment arm. But at this phase, they are not receiving any treatment, even though they volunteered. Yes, I would agree to that they are volunteering, but it's still hard because they are not receiving any treatment and they are real human. So in this case, I would say AI is helping us. This is a very big payoff for us. Like now we have a synthetic control arm, which will replace or eventually all of those placebo patients. Like it is a digital twin of a human. So the trial, it can give the real drug to the patient, but it can compare them against the AI predicted twin, which in future, I think the FDA are already working on that, as well as the European agency. They are also working on that, so they can come up with such clinical trial where we will no more need a placebo hand anymore. So we can only treat the patient with the drug, and then we can compare it with the digital twin. Okay, the ethics part, I think it has already been discussed in the previous slide. So in 2026, there were three forces that has converged together. The first one is the ethics, the regulations, and the commercial adoptions. So if we can see, this is like, I would call it as the 2026 standard. They are all converging to, they are all coming up to a certain resolution. They are coming up to come up with a, with such a strategy where they can apply all this AI relevant, or they can come up with some ethical solutions, or they can come up with some strategies to minimize the issue with the use of AI. For now, it's ongoing. So in 2026, the new ethical imperative, it came into being. So now the thinking is shifting in the bioethical committee as they are planning to accept the synthetic control, as we discussed earlier, the digital twin. They are trying to accept it. They are trying to bring it into practice. So let's say if a synthetic control, it can provide equally robust evidence and in many diseases, and it is also replacing a real patient for the placebo, then it is going to be, it's certainly going to be a big win for the AI. Secondly, the regulatory validation. The US Food and Drug Administration, as well as the European agency, they are coming up with the formal guidelines for the AI tool in the drug development. They have started working on that in the early of January 2026. The next one is the commercial execution. For example, if we talk about the commercial execution, Sanofi, that's one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, they have successfully removed the phase 2B of the patient group for some of their trial. Like now they are using virtual patient model in place of giving the phase 2 patient going through the phase 2. So now they are using the virtual patient model. So ethically now it's going to be defensible, and the regulatory authorities, they are trying to validate it, and commercially we can see their use maybe not as good as today we have, but in later in 2027 or 2028, when the new drug has already been introduced into the market, then we can see many commercially AI developed drug in the market. Okay, so now we are coming to the challenges part. We talked about, since morning, we talked about the success of AI and multiple, whether we are talking about the diagnosis, we are talking about the nursing, or we are talking about the lab relevant. So the discovery is fast. If we talk about the drug discovery, it is getting faster and faster. But it is like a race. It is fast, but still not reaching the finishing line. The molecule, they still have to survive the real human biology. They have to still survive the real clinical trial and the real regulator. And that is where AI is still, I guess it's still struggling and it will need some effort. So for the second half, we are going to spend about, honestly, like what are the unresolved or the unsolved issues that need to be addressed. Because as a healthcare professional, if we talk about the hype of drug discovery, it's an easy part, but the hardest part is like the honest understanding of where we are still struggling when we are talking about the discovery as well as practice part or the practical use of this drug and practical reach of this drug to the patients. So these are the 5 challenges AI has still not resolved. The first thing is messy data. The data that we are using, as I mentioned earlier, if I'm talking about AI, I'm talking about machine learning. So now, what can you expect if you give a machine a data which is already very messy? So if you give them a messy data, they will learn from that messy data, and some of them are scarce, some of them are noisy data and biased data. So of course, the finding that we will get, it will not be very much. We will not feel very confident with those findings. The next thing is the black box problem, as was discussed in the morning, uh, as was discussed by the morning speaker. So there are many AI models they cannot explain. They specifically, if you ask them, they will recommend something, but they cannot explain why they are recommending this. Because you cannot just say, like, if AI said, trust me, you cannot just say you trust an AI based on AI is saying to trust me. You need evidences, you need specific information, you need like the explanation why they are recommending this thing. The next one is the translation gap. We can say that work in the lab, mostly in the lab thing, we will find something which is which we consider as highly effective or something which is effective in a mouse or a guinea pig, but it usually fail in the human being. So this is a very big issue which AI still hasn't resolved, because this part, I think this is the main part of the drug development. We can say that AI is winning in the initial stages. We can say they are giving us good molecules, but until and unless they provide us something which has reached the patient, we cannot celebrate the win of AI yet. The next one is the screening versus the reality. No, a molecule, it will look perfect because the computer, they have physically synthesized it and they have come up with something like the how it will behave in a real body. But the computer model, still they are not the real human. They cannot provide us the same, because we all know about the genetics, we all know about the individual differences. We are talking about personalized and individualized treatment strategies. So still it is something that AI has to crack. The next one is the rules and ethics, which was discussed earlier in the previous talk. So the regulator, the accountability, the ethics, they are trying to catch up. They are coming up with solutions. They are discussing all the aspects in the drug discovery, but still there is a translational gap, and we are still lacking the rules and the ethics that has been approved by the FDA or the European agency or any other medical authority. So AI is only good as data is. As we earlier talked about the messiness of the data, we all know that it's usually, if you talk about the published literature, there is a problem that rarely someone will publish a data where there is a failure of a certain molecule, or there was a failure in a lab finding, or there was a failure with a certain treatment. So I would say at this stage, it's like garbage in, garbage out. So how can we improve this data? It's something we have to work about. As a healthcare practitioner, we all need to contribute, as well as the agency like the US FDA or the European agencies. They have to come up with a solution where they can provide the data, but ethically it may not be acceptable in every society. So the best data, it's scarce and it has been locked away. We cannot use it. We are not allowed to use it. So this is the most important part of the drug development. The next thing is it's noisy and inconsistent. The data, even the data is available. We have the data. There are different laboratories, different methods, different machines, but the data is still noisy and inconsistent. Because a research culture, we all know that we publish what really worked. We will never publish that has failed. That is a part of research. And I think that's the disappointing part of the research where we are not able to publicly publish that information that has failed. So it's the same thing that contribute to the messy data. And lastly, the biasness towards the success. So they are biased. Most of the information that comes in such a way that it will only give you the good finding, mostly the industrial sponsored research. They will provide the good findings, and we are not able to come up with the real data that can really mimic the real human, or we can at least have some information where the drug has failed. So in future, we can use those information for the drug discovery. So the data is still scarce. The translational gap. So why 90% of these drugs still fail? So if we talk about the typical journey, it is tested, a new drug candidate is tested in a cell or in a dish, okay? And it looks promising in the lab. Usually in the lab finding, most of these molecules, their results are extremely promising. Then we move to the animal study like mice or guinea pig, and it still look promising to some extent. The mice has tolerated the drug, the safety is fine, to some extent, they have shown some efficacy, but when we come to the human trial, about 90% of the cases, I would say 9 out of 10, they fail. So what's the probable reason? There can be some unexpected side effects which we didn't see in the mice or which we didn't expect it to have. So because of this thing, there is a translational gap. We are finding the molecules, and I would say this is the crucial point in the drug discovery. So the data that we are getting from the dishes and animal, it is not specifically matching the data with the human physiology. So there is the gap, the translational gap. We are not reaching the human beings yet. So still AI, it has not cracked this part. They are trying to come up with some good data, but most of that good data is locked with the drug agencies. And because of the ethical concerns, they cannot be shared, which need to be addressed if we want to come up, if we want the AI to be reliable enough, to be good enough to bring the promising drug to the patient. So can we trust it? And who will be the one who is accountable? The first thing is the black box problem, which was discussed earlier by the earlier speaker. So many of these AI models, specifically those like the neural network, they are extraordinary in finding pattern, but they cannot explain why they made some recommendation, like why they come up with this recommendation. So usually we will not get the reason, we will not get the explanation. They won't provide us the explanation, they will just give us the recommendation. Now, if we think about as a regulator, how can we approve a drug which, like an algorithm, they say that this drug is good enough. As a regulator, it's not possible to approve, or even as a clinician, no one will be able to prescribe it. Because when we talk about medicine, when we are talking about human, it demands reason. Like it's not about recommendation only. We need answers. We need a specific answer where we can understand that yes, the mechanism is good, it is comparatively safer and efficacious. So at that time, we will be able to prescribe it, or as a regulator, it will be approved. The next thing is accountability. So let's say previously the drugs were designed by humans. Like we have seen a lot of controversies with the drug discoveries and clinical trials. Now, if AI has designed a drug, who will be the one who is legally responsible if it come up with certain side effects or adverse effect, or if it come up with something which has eventually harmed a patient? So this is another issue, the accountability or the responsibility. So who is going to take that responsibility? Because these are the important thing which need to be considered when we are talking about humans and we are talking about treatment. In December 2025, that's recently, the US FDA, they formally qualified its first AI tool, which is used for drug development trials. So in this case, the regulator saying, yes, we have looked at this and we accept this as it's fit for the purpose. So I would say this is a real milestone. They are coming to agree to the fact that AI is contributing. In Europe, as well as in 2026, they have come up with some laws and regulations. They are trying to work it out, like where they can explicitly use the healthcare AI. Okay, and in 2026, they have set the clear binding rule for high risk AI with healthcare AI. Explicitly, it was classified as a high risk. So the system is still not perfect, but the system it's trying to adapt, it's trying to get used. So before we talk about the real problem, all these things should be in mind, because if we cannot make someone accountable, if we do not have certain ethical laws or rules, we still cannot believe that AI will reach the real patient. Okay, so this is where does it leave us in 2026? As I earlier mentioned, there are some drugs which are in clinical trials, and we are expecting them to reach patient in 2027 or 2028 if they successfully completed that stage. Now, if we talk about the discovery speed, it has been resolved. It has been sold, genuinely sold, because every discovery is 30 to 40% faster. This is real, and it has been proven, as I have given you some example. Next thing is the early safety screening, because AI has designed drugs that are passing the first stage safety trial very easily and in significantly higher rates than the historical averages. So this is also a very strong win by the AI. But as I earlier mentioned, the samples are small in this case, and these are the easy trials. Phase 1 are usually considered the easiest part of the trial. Next one is the clinical success. It's unproven, still not a failure, not a success, but still it's not proved. So no AI discovered drug has yet been approved by the regulator or it has reached the patient. We may expect in 2027 or 2028. We are still expecting it. So there is that gap. Next, the translational gap. It's still open because we still have the wall. The human biology is the wall that still the AI hasn't cracked, hasn't reached the limit where it can cross the human biology. So it's still open. It will, in the near future, we can expect some good findings. So if we talk about the verdict based on all these findings, so artificial intelligence is a powerful tool, but it's not a one cure for all. It has changed how we are finding the medicine. It has changed how we are going to, how we can make a drug succeed. But still the question is whether it can reach the patient or not. It will be answered maybe in the coming 1 or 2 years. So yes, the era of medicine, it has improved, but still there are many challenges. There are many things that need to be addressed. So what it means to us, to healthcare professionals, to the pharmacists, to the nurses, or to the midwife, AI literacy, it's a major core, I would say it's a core clinical skill, whether we are a pharmacist, a nurse, or a midwife, or a laboratory scientist. Within the next coming few years, AI will be sitting alongside us, like in every clinical decision we are making. So it's not like it is replacing us. It is not replacing the healthcare practitioner, but it will make our work easier. So maybe in the coming future, we will not need to write the code. We will just need to understand how to use this AI properly. The next thing is, I would say clearly that AI, they need a human check. Still, they need a human check. Like this system, it makes mistakes, and usually these mistakes, I think all of us has used AI. So sometimes it makes mistake. It gives a recommendation with extreme confidence, and that mistake, like they have a perfect grammar and perfect formatting, but it may not be correct, it may not be right. So for us, if we need to check it, we need to check the authenticity, we need to verify the findings what has been provided by the AI. And lastly, we need to shape the next generation, because as a lecturer, as a supervisor, or as a mentor, we need to teach them how to use AI effectively, how to use it critically, and how to be curious. So because based on these things, we know that in the coming few years, AI is going to be a significant part of our life, relevant to, if we are talking about our studies, whether it's talk about the medicine, the lab technologies, or we are talking about businesses, all the aspects. So we need to guide them how to effectively use the AI, and how can they use their curiosity for more effective interpretation of the findings. So this is the last slide for me. So there are three things that we have to take away. The first one, AI has already given us the discovery. It is winning the race of the discovery. It is finding very good molecule. It is designing new molecule. But still, the discovery is not the finish line. It has to reach the patient where we will start believing in their real efficacy, where we will believe that yes, AI has reached that stages. Regulator has already approved it. Then we will start believing in their efficiency. And the last one, it is a tool. It's not a miracle. So what do we mean by a tool is that the professional who understand it, they have the power and they understand their limits as well. So you have to use the power efficiently, and you have to understand the limit and try to avoid it, so that you don't harm the patient. Because patient safety, it should be the first priority. So thank you all for your attention. That was from my talk. These are some of the references if you are curious to know about the challenges or the discoveries relevant to the AI. So thank you all
Thank you
for
very
listening.
much for your insightful knowledge with us, Dr. Sohail. And now we have moved to Q&A session. While we are waiting for the question, I'm interested about your presentations. I think we know that many years ago, I was like many country has traditional medicine.
Yes.
And I think each country, I mean like Chinese, traditional medicine is very popular, right?
True.
And
Yes.
the question is, how has AI changed the traditional drug discovery and development process?
Okay. So first of all, thank you for the question. I think that was a part which I didn't focus in the drug discovery part, because if we talk about traditional medicine, usually how often do we see them that they are passing through the regulators or they are passing through all those stages? Usually they don't go to the approval from the agencies like the FDA or the drug regulatory authority. But I would say that we have one student who is recently working with pharmacognosy. AI can help us understand what is that specific traditional medicine or a specific plant which can contribute. So let's say if we can extract a plant in any form, if we can extract the plant, we can understand the molecule which is present in that plant. So we can, as I earlier mentioned, it can easily give us the target. It can easily give us the hit where it will work efficiently. But with the traditional complementary and traditional medicine, there is always like that component of uncertainty. It will exist because we do not have that high quality of research in that. But still, yes, AI can help us. AI can help us find the right molecule from the plant extract or from the traditional medicine, which can effectively be used.
Yeah, great. Right. Thank you for the answer. And we have one question from Miss Anis Dwi Jayanti. The question is, as artificial intelligence continues to transforming drug discovery, how should pharmacy schools adapt their curriculum to answer that graduates not only have strong pharmaceutical knowledge, but are also prepared to collaborate in AI-driven research and digital healthcare innovation.
Okay, so first of all, if we talk about curriculum is that part where you need to come up with the strong evidences, where you need to come up with a mutual understanding from different authority and different organization, because curriculum is not something which can easily be adjusted until and unless we have that certain evidences that yes, this is the part where, but I believe as an academician, I believe that now is the time that we have to introduce our student to the AI, whether it's relevant to the very general thing, whether it's just relevant to making them use the AI just for their learning purposes, or maybe just for the preparation of their exams. So we have to introduce them, and then later on, let's say if they are doing some projects, we can help them in formulating such project where they can use the AI for the development their project, as well as if they are working with the drugs, if they are working with molecules. So, but for the curriculum part, uh, I think it's still under progress. It will take some time. Maybe in the recent future, we can see that most of these universities, they will adapt and they will finally accept that it's time to implement it in their curriculum.
All right, thank you very much for the answer. And we have a question from Miss Zoria. Please, operator, can help me unmute Zoom from Miss Zoria. Miss Zoria would be open her mic.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Sohail, my colleagues, thank you for your presentation. I think the presentation has been very neutral. Just a moment, has been very neutral, accurately conveys what AI can do in drug discovery. You have discussed the strength and the limitation of AI. Yeah, so very good. I like it very much. Okay, my question to you. My question to you is, you were saying AI model can actually identify a molecule that binds well to protein, and that it can also predict, the pharmacokinetics of this molecule, the toxicity, and the pharmacology. So my question is, okay, and then you also mentioned the challenges that, why we can't take this molecule actually to patient. So assuming we can actually overcome all these challenges, does it mean that in the future, we can replace medicinal chemists, pharmacologists, and toxicologists? What do you think?
Okay, thank you, Prof. I don't think in the foreseeable future it will be possible, because as I earlier mentioned, the human check is the most important part, because without the human check, we will not be able to understand the real safety and the efficacy measures, because the patient relationship, that is like the human check part, it is not replaceable. For now, it's not possible to just replace it with AI. We ask the AI to just go through this patient profile and everything. But yes, to some extent, the daily workflow, it will change. There will be some changes that can happen, but overall, in the near foreseeable future, I think AI cannot replace human. It need human checks. It need the human understanding, because, Prof, I think you have worked a lot with evidence-based medicine, and we know that the genetics, the precision medicine, the individualized, like every patient respond differently, every patient profile is different. So still AI is struggling, and because as I earlier mentioned, it's machine learning, and they have learned it from messy data. So still the data is scarce. So the foreseeable future, it's not possible. Maybe after few decades, I wouldn't say decades, maybe after 1 century, it can be, but for now it doesn't look possible.
But I think for personally for me, because they have made a very good improvement in the in silico kind of experiment or research, then probably the medicinal chemist can go. What do you think?
For the medicinal chemist, I would agree to some extent because we are talking about the in silico data. Yes, the first three parts AI has cracked a lot. They can screen the thing like millions of proteins within minutes. So yes, maybe we will not need too much of the lab work.
Yeah. So we don't need so many medicinal chemists in the world.
Yes, to some extent.
And also the toxicologists.
Yes, that's also, but still we need some safety testing when we are talking about humans.
We don't need so many pharmacologists.
Yes, Prof. So these are the things that maybe in the near future AI may replace, but still it will take some time.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, for the information of the participants, this is not planted question. Even though he's my colleague, I did not plant this question to him. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Surya, and thank you, Dr. Sohail, for the explanation. And the next session is okay. Maybe one question again. Any question? Okay, I think it is enough. And ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the discussion session. Before I close, now we would like to present a certification of appreciation to Dr. Sohail Aziz.
Thank you.
All right, here is certificate for appreciation to Dr. Sohail Aziz for the contribute in the 4th International Conference of Universitas Dr. Subandi. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sohail, for the insightful knowledge with us, and this I think very important, especially in pharmacy, because its application in drug discovery. Okay, I would like to take the conclusion from Dr. Sohail Aziz has been presented. Artificial intelligence is transforming drug discovery by accelerating target identification, molecule design, and early safety screening, significantly reducing the time and cost of the initial stage of drug development while improving the success rate of candidates entering clinical trials. The presentation explained that despite this advance, developing a new medicine remains a light, expensive, and high-risk process because most drug candidates still fail during preclinical testing, human trial, and regulatory review. It also highlights key challenges limiting AI's effectiveness, including poor quality and biased data, limited model transparency, the gap between laboratory findings and human biology, and unresolved ethical and regulatory issues. Overall, AI is presented as a powerful tool that enhances drug discovery rather than a complete solution, emphasizing that human expertise, clinical validation, and responsible governance remain essential for bringing safe and effective medicine to patients. Well, we have to come to the end of plenary session 2 of 4th International Conference, Universitas Dr. Subandi 2026. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil bin Saleh, PhD, and Dr. Sohail Aziz for their insightful and inspiring presentation. Thank you to all participants and have active questions. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sowabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sowabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Moderator, our second plenary session of the 4th Dr. Subandi University International Conference on Health Science has now completed. And now we move on the third plenary session. We will have two speakers. The first speaker for this session, the Honorable Dr. Haja Sarena Haji Hasim for University Brunei Darussalam. We will talk about the integrating complementary therapies into evidence-based midwifery, a global perspective on holistic maternal wellness. And the second speaker, the Honorable Professor Dr. Budi Santosa, Master of Science, Medical from Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang, and we will listen about from routine data to high-impact publication, smart strategies for evidence-based research in clinical laboratory. And this session will be guided by Trisna Pangestuning Tias, Master of Midwifery, as a moderator. To moderator, we invite you on the stage.
Thank you, Dini and Krishna. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, the honorable speaker, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 4th Universitas Dr. Subandi International Conference on Health Sciences. My name is Trisna Pangestuning Tias, and I'm honored to serve you as moderator in this important event. Before we begin, I'd like to extend a warm greetings to our speaker, Haja Sarena Haji Hasim from University Brunei Darussalam, and Professor Dr. Budi Santosa, Magister Science Medical from Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang. Also, to all attendees, thank you for joining this event. We have exciting lineup of presentation and discussion ahead, so I encourage to everyone to actively participate and share their insight. In this session, we will have two speakers, and each speaker will be given 15 minutes for presenting the material, and then 10 minutes for the Q&A session. For the audience, the participant, you may type your question in the Q&A section, including your name and your affiliation, or you may raise hand using raise hand button if you want to ask the question directly to the speaker. Okay, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Haja Sarena Haji Hasim from University Brunei Darussalam. Let's take a look at her curriculum vitae. Dr. Haja Sarena Haji Hasim will deliver the presentation entitled Integrating Complementary Therapies into Evidence-Based Midwifery, a Global Perspective on Holistic Maternal Wellness. Good afternoon, Dr. Sarena.
Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Are you ready for presenting the material?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Dr. Sarena, you have 15 minutes to presenting your material.
Okay. Can you see my slide? Can you see my slide?
Not yet. Okay. I can see your presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
So, is it a full screen?
Yes.
So full screen now without the presenter view, is it?
Yes. Dr. Sarena, the Zoom is yours right now, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and also a very good morning to everyone. Afternoon, it's not morning. So a very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you to the organizing committee for the 4th International Conference on Health Sciences for this kind invitation. I think this is the second time that I was invited to this conference, if I'm not mistaken. So it is a pleasure to actually join the colleagues who shared an interest in advancing healthcare through technologies, innovation, and holistic care. So today I will discuss a topic that is actually both familiar and challenging. Okay, maybe in Indonesia as well in other countries, which is a topic on integrating complementary therapies into evidence-based midwifery, a global perspective on holistic maternal wellness. And my focus is actually not on promoting, every complementary therapy, and it is not on rejecting traditional or cultural practices. My focus today is on more useful question. How do we respond when women want these approaches while protecting safety, respecting culture, and maintaining professional standards? So this question matters across the world. It also matters in Brunei, maybe in Indonesia, and maybe in other countries, where pregnancy and postpartum care often include family knowledge, traditional practices, and religious or cultural values alongside formal maternity care. So during this session, I invite you to think about your own practice. Okay, so what do women commonly use in your settings? Do they tell you? How confident are you in discussing benefit, uncertainty, and risk without sounding dismissive? So by the end of this presentation, I hope that you will leave with a practical framework that you can apply in your next conversation with a woman or with their families. Okay. So now, let me briefly show you where we are going first. We will clarify the language first. Okay. So we often use the words complementary. So this is a very common. And integrative and alternative as though they mean the same thing. They do not actually. The distinction affects safety and professional accountability. Second, we will examine the evidence. The evidence is not simply positive or negative. And some approaches have stronger support for specific outcome. Others are promising but uncertain. So some require considerable caution. Okay. Third, I will introduce a practical clinical framework for asking. So assessing, advising, agreeing, and arranging follow-ups. So this is actually designed for routine midwifery encounters, not only for specialist services. Finally, we will consider the global and also Brunei, maybe Indonesia, or maybe in other countries perspective. We will look at cultural humility, professional regulation, risk management, and the added challenges of online and artificial intelligence generated health advice. The central message throughout the presentation is simple, okay? Holistic care and evidence-based care should not be compete. It should not compete, okay? So good midwifery brings them together through informed choice, competent assessment, and also safe system. Now, why should this topic receive our attention now? All right. So the first reason is that women are already using complementary therapies. It has been actually used widely. All right. And they use them for nausea, back pain, for anxiety, for sleep preparation, for birth, labor coping, and postpartum recovery. Okay. And some women discuss this openly. Others, they do not mention it because they expect disapproval or because they do not regard a herbal drinks, massage, or traditional practice as something their healthcare professional needs to know. Okay? So that's the reason some women hide this, do not actually mention this. All right? And then the second reason is that midwifery has always been holistic. All right? So we care for women as a whole person. We consider physical health, emotional well-being, relationship, okay, culture, family, spirituality, and also the woman's own priorities. So evidence-based practice do not actually remove those dimensions. It asks us to combine the best available expertise, the woman's value, and the realities of the local settings. Okay? And the third reason is safety. The word natural, okay, we always mention this, is natural, is common, okay, often sounds reassuring to some women, okay, but natural, it does not mean harmless, okay. So a herbs, for example, may affect bleeding, may affect blood pressure, blood glucose, or uterine activity. And another example is an essential oil, all right, may cause allergy or it may cause toxicity. So a traditional practice may expose a mother or expose the baby to excessive heat, infection, or delay medical review. Our clinical opportunity is to bring hidden use into an open and respectful conversation with the woman. Okay, so once we know what a woman is using, we are better able to assess the risk. We are better able to explain uncertainty and document the plan and arrange follow-up for this woman. Okay. So now, how common is this really? So how common is complementary therapy used in pregnancy? It is actually very common. International studies report a wide range from about 30 to 80%. The range is broad because studies use different definition, different population methods. Some include prayer, movement, and massage. Okay, other counts only products such as herbs and supplements. So therefore, we should not treat 30 to 80% as one precise global estimates. So the important point is that use is common across many settings, okay? And the frequently reported approaches include herbal remedies, massage, acupuncture or acupressure, or yoga, aromatherapy, relaxation, and music. Now, let me ask you to reflect silently for a moment. So in your own service, how often do you routinely ask every woman about herbs, about oils, about supplements, massage, or traditional treatment. Okay? Not only medicine, but all of these practices. How often do you actually ask the woman? All right? Many women, I tell you, will not volunteer this information. Okay? A routine, neutral question is therefore one of the highest value safety action available to us. Now, for example, maybe during what you call antenatal visits or bookings, we might say to the woman, many women use traditional remedies, supplement, massage, or other approaches during pregnancy. Are you using or considering any of these? So these are the questions that we may ask. Okay, so this wording normalizes the discussion. So it reduces the shame, reduces defensiveness. Okay, so it also gives us information we need for self-care. Now, before discussing effectiveness, we need shared language. A complementary therapy is used alongside standard maternity care. For example, includes massage during labor, acupressure or nausea or for nausea or for breathing techniques while prescribed treatment and routine monitoring continues. So integrative care goes one step further. The therapy is coordinated within the care pathway. So staff understand the indication, the contraindication, and referral routes are clear. Consent and documentation are standardized. Outcomes and adverse events are monitored. So an alternative therapy is used instead of standard care. So this becomes a serious concern when it delays diagnosis, treatment, or escalation when there is an emergency. Okay. For example, using unproven remedy instead of assessment for severe headaches, for bleeding, reduced fetal movement, or persistent vomiting creates avoidable risk. So the same therapy may be complementary in one situation and alternative in another. So the decisive issue is not simply what the therapy is. The issue is how it is being used and what care it may replace or delay. Okay? So evidence-based midwifery brings together 4 elements. Okay? The best available evidence is one. Second is clinical expertise. Third, the woman's value and local resources. Okay? And the fourth one is the local resources. So if we ignore the woman's value, care is not actually fully person-centered. So if we ignore evidence or clinical risk, care is not safe. So we need all the fours. All right? So at policy level, okay, the common message is informed choice within safe and evidence-aware system. The World Health Organization includes several non-pharmacological or complementary options in its antenatal recommendation. Okay, for nausea, for example, in early pregnancy, option includes ginger. I think this is one of the common, like herbal, therapy that a woman use in Brunei to actually, helps with the nausea and vomiting. Okay, chamomile, vitamin B, and acupuncture depending on the woman's preference and what is available locally. All right. Now, this wording matters. World Health Organization, they does not say that every product, every dose, or every provider is suitable. The recommendations still require clinical assessment, attention to the quality, and local guidance. Okay? Now, National Institute of Health and also Care Excellence, evidence-based recommendation issued by the United Kingdom on intrapartum care also emphasizes shared decision-making. Okay? It supports discussion of pain relief choices includes, water immersion for appropriate woman within self-practice arrangement. Okay, and professional midwifery organization repeatedly emphasize the same safeguard: competence, written protocols, informed consent, communication, documentation, and also referrals. So therefore, the policy direction is neither unrestricted acceptance nor automatic rejection. So it is responsible integration. Okay, so women should receive clear information and also meaningful choice supported by clinical governance. Next, the World Health Organization Traditional Medicine Strategies for 2025 to 2034 gives this discussion, okay, a wider health system context. It was adopted by the World Health Assembly in 2025 and sets a 10-year direction for safe, effective, and people-centered traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. The first objective is to strengthen evidence. So this means better research, suitable methods, and clearer reporting of both benefits and also harm. The second is to ensure safety and regulation. Okay, products need quality standard. Practitioner need defined competence. Service needs system for monitoring adverse event. Okay, and then the third is to integrate appropriate care into health system. Integration does not actually mean, placing every traditional practice inside a hospital. Okay, it means creating a rational pathway, standards, and communication where use is actually relevant. And the fourth objective considers wider values. These include protecting indigenous knowledge, supporting universal health coverage, and avoiding the extraction of commercialization of community knowledge without respect or benefits sharing. So for maternity care, the strategy gives us a clear direction. We should study these practices rigorously, regulate them, and appropriately and integrate only where safety, evidence, and community needs support doing so. Okay. Now, this is actually the traffic light approach that helps us to communicate evidence without oversimplifying it. So in the stronger evidence area, okay, we have interventions such as, ginger, vitamin B6, acupuncture for nausea and in selected women, because not all women actually require acupuncture. Okay, so it has to be selected and assessed. Water immersion has evidence for labor, for example, for labor comfort and reduce use of some pharmacological analgesia. And massage and warm packs also support comfort for some women. And in the promising but variable areas, we find acupressure, hypnosis, yoga, mindfulness, aromatherapy, and music. Okay, some trials actually reports benefit for this, but findings actually varies from different countries and also geographical areas. And studies may be small. Intervention and outcomes measure sometimes differ, okay? And blinding is often very difficult. So in the caution area, many herbal products, for example, homeopathic preparation, another example is unregulated essential oil and medicine, herbs or food used to increase breast milk production, they lack reliable evidence for effectiveness or safety in pregnancy and also breastfeeding. So the traffic light describes the strength of evidence, not a permanent label. Okay, new research may move an intervention from one category to another. So it also does not actually replace individual assessment. So a therapy with stronger evidence may still be unsuitable for a particular woman. All right. So our language should match the evidence. We might say to the woman, for example, this is some evidence. There is some evidence. This helps, for example, but result may vary. Or we can say to them, we do not have enough reliable pregnancy safety information for this product. Okay, so this is actually more honest than either promising a benefit or dismissing the woman's interests. All right. Now, let's us apply this approach to nausea and vomiting in pregnancy. Now, for mild to moderate symptoms, we may discuss ginger within local accepted dose guidance, vitamin B6 where appropriate, acupuncture or P6 acupressure alongside with hydration and dietary strategies. However, the first task is assessment. This is very important. All right. Complementary care should never distract us from identifying hyperemesis or another cause of illness. We need to ask about frequency of vomiting, fluid intake, urine output, weight loss, dizziness, pain, and the ability to function. We also need to follow local assessment and requirement for dehydration, ketonuria, and relevant comorbid risk. Okay, so if a woman say to you, I am taking ginger, okay, so we need more detail from this. All right, we need to ask the woman, is this ginger in food? Is this ginger in tea, capsules, or a concentrated preparation? How much? How often do you take it? Is she taking other supplement or medicine? Okay. Has she noticed any side effects after taking that ginger? So the safe message is, this is an option we can discuss for mild symptoms. But I also want to make sure you are not dehydrated, that there are no warning signs. So this is actually an example, a good example of integration, okay? So we respect preference, offer evidence-informed choices, and maintain clinical vigilance, all right? Now, pregnancy brings common discomforts to some pregnant women, but the word common, okay, should not lead us to miss pathology. Adapted yoga, for example, adapted yoga and movement may support sleep, anxiety, mood, and musculoskeletal comfort. The program should suit pregnancy and the woman's health, mobility, and previous activity. We should avoid positions or intensity that are unsuitable for her condition or gestation. So we should be able to actually assess this, okay, prior to, recommending them to some of the activities. Massage may reduce pain and anxiety. We still need consent, safe positioning, and awareness of contraindications. Persistent or localized pain require assessment before it is labeled as ordinary discomfort. And mindfulness and breathing exercises, they support coping and stress regulation, okay? They are actually useful tools, but they do not replace mental health assessment or treatment when symptoms are significant. All right. Now, acupuncture is actually used for nausea and some pain condition for some women. Safe provision requires a properly trained practitioner, infection control standards, and also clear referral arrangement. Okay, before recommending comfort measures, we screen for bleeding, we screen for fever, reduced fetal movement, symptoms of hypertension, trauma, mental health risks. Okay, we need to screen that. And the sequence is important. First, you assess, then support, comfort. Okay, right. Now, in labor, okay, the goal is not always to remove every sensation of pain. And for many women, the goal is to feel safe, supported, and in control with access to effective pain relief when they want it. All right. Now, water immersion, okay, sometimes we call it in Brunei, we call it water birth, okay, is one option for appropriate low-risk women, okay. So evidence suggests that it may reduce epidural use without increasing adverse outcomes when eligibility, monitoring, hygiene, and emergency procedures are in place. And massage and warm packs are low technology approaches that may reduce pain and improve the woman's sense of control. So the evidence varies, but many women value continuous physical and emotional actually support during labor. And acupuncture and acupressure, it may reduce pain, okay, or the use of analgesia for some women. And services need trained providers and also clear boundaries of practice. And aromatherapy, music, and relaxation are also commonly requested during labor. So evidence is mixed. So we should avoid exaggerated claims. Okay, we should consider allergies, consider the oil quality, consider ventilation, staff or patient sensitivity towards what has been actually offered. And also, we need to consider the woman's consent. Okay, and most importantly, complementary options should not become a test of endurance. A woman who chooses massage or water should still have timely access to pharmacology analgesia. Okay, so if she changes her mind, all right, respectful care means supporting evolving preferences. All right. Next, mental well-being. Now, emotional well-being influences how women experience pregnancy, birth, and the postnatal period. Anxiety and fear affect sleep. Okay, so coping, pain, and also satisfaction. So yet we must be careful with language. Telling a distressed woman, for example, to relax naturally, okay, may minimize her experience and delay appropriate care. Okay, so universal support should be available to everyone. This include respectful communication, privacy, a companion of choice, where possible. For example, if she decided to, to have a husband around or family members around, okay? And also movement, breathing, and a calm environment. So this is very important as well in terms of support. And targeted support may include guided mindfulness, pregnancy adapted yoga, relaxation, scripts, birth preparation, and peer support. So these approaches may sit alongside psychological therapy, medication, or specialist care when actually needed. And some preparation require urgent clinical referrals. So this includes self-harm thoughts, for example, psychosis, severe depression, or anxiety, panic that impairs daily function, and also significant trauma symptoms. Okay, so we should say clearly to the woman, for example, in terms of breathing exercises, we can tell them, these breathing exercises, it may help you manage distress in the moment. And I also want to connect you with the right mental health support. So complementary support is actually most ethical when it adds comfort and urgency without reducing access to effective clinical care. Okay. And in relation to postpartum and lactation, now, after birth, women often seek complementary approaches for pain. Okay, this is very common for, for sleep, for recovery, for milk supply, and emotional well-being. So family tradition may become, especially influential during this period. Okay, especially from the mother-in-law, for the mother, grandmother, or whoever that is, able to influence the woman. So our standing point here is to remain good postnatal care. So our starting point here, it remains to provide good postnatal care to the woman. So assessment of bleeding, pain, wound, infection, mobility, bladder, bowel function, pelvic floor health, sleep, and emotional well-being. These are the most important area that needs to be assessed during the postnatal period. And for bonding and feeding, we support skin-to-skin contact, responsive feeding, and a calm environment. When breastfeeding concern arises, we assess positioning, attachment, milk transfer, feeding frequency, infant output, and weight. So these fundamentals should come before recommending a product to increase milk supply. Okay, medicine, herbs, or food used to increase breast milk production deserve particular caution. Okay, this is very important. All right, so the name herbal does not actually guarantee effectiveness or safety. So products may contain several ingredients, okay, inconsistent doses or contamination, all right, or contaminants. So ingredients may interact with medicine or pass it to the infant through breast milk. Okay. Now, traditional food, warmth, rest, family care may provide comfort and identity. Our role is to preserve safe elements while actually checking nutrition, hydration, heat exposure, wound care, and infant safety. So in other words, postpartum tradition deserve the same respectful clinical conversation as any other intervention. Okay. So next, risk management. So this slide actually brings the main risks together. So biological risks include herbs, drug interaction, allergy, changes in bleeding or uterine activity, and infant exposure during breastfeeding. So practice risk includes an untrained provider, poor infection control, unsafe pressure or manipulation, and a failure to recognize when medical assessment is needed. Next is communication risk. Okay, communication risk occurs when women hide it. This is very common, okay, in Brunei. I can tell you throughout my experience, as a midwife and educator as well. So women tend to actually hide what they use at home, okay, and staff responds, judgmentally. So, and then information is not actually documented. One of the risks, communication risks, okay, or care become fragmented. So between practitioner and also the, for example, midwife and doctors and other, social worker. Okay. Next is equity risk is also important. Commercial product may be expensive and marketed through fear or unrealistic promises. Cultural knowledge may be taken out of context. Okay, packaged and sold without respect from for the community from which it came. All right, and some women, they may have access to safe regulated service, while others, they rely on unregulated provider. Okay, so risk management does not oppose holistic care. It makes holistic care safer and more consistent. So written policies, informed consent, defined competence, referral routes, and documentation. This actually allows services to respect choice without abandoning accountability. Okay. So today, women do not only ask family members, friends, or search engines. Okay, they also ask generated AI chatbots. A 2026 audit reported that about half of answers from leading AI health chatbots contain misleading or problematic information. So another concern is false premise propaganda. All right. So if a user begins with an incorrect assumption, a chatbot may accept the premise and build a confident answer around it. So this is actually especially risky for complementary therapies. So a chatbot may present an unproven remedy beside an evidence-based treatment as though both options have equal support. Okay. So the answer may sound clear, it may sound calm and personalized, even when important clinical context is missing. So we should now add a question to routine history taking in our midwifery practice. Okay, so we may actually ask the woman, what have you read? Or what have you watched or been told online? Have you asked an AI tools about this? Okay, so these are some of the example of the question that you may actually ask. So we do not need to shame the woman for seeking information, all right? We need to help them evaluate it. Who produced the advice? What evidence support it? Does it apply in pregnancy? What warning sign require assessment? Okay, so AI may assist with translation, reminders, documentation, and access to general information, but self-decision still require human clinical judgment, human context, and accountability. So this is where the midwife remains essential, all right? So now complementary and traditional practice, they actually take many forms across the world. So these include traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, yoga, traditional yoga traditions, Unani medicines, Roga Maori, which is, from the with New Zealand's, okay, indigenous healing, faith-based rituals, and family-led postpartum practices. So we should avoid treating these as one category. Each practice has its own history, has its own meaning, evidence and also risk. So even within one community, women may understand, and use the same practice differently. Okay, so cultural humility means that we do not assume we already understand. We ask useful questions, includes what matters to you? What are you using? Who advised it? What benefit do you hope for from it? And are there any risks we should check together? Okay, so this final question is especially helpful because it frames safety as a shared task. So it does not position the midwife as the judge of culture. It positions the midwife and woman as partners. Okay, so respect does not require uncritical agreement. We may respectfully advise against a practice when evidence indicates harm. The aim is to explain the concern and understand the purpose of the practice and find a safer way to meet the purpose where possible. All right? So now, allow me to actually share, complementary therapies in the Brunei perspective. Now, let us now focus here in terms of traditional postpartum, okay? For example, so traditional postpartum care remains part of the maternal experience for many families. So reported practices include postpartum massage, babarut, or abdominal binding. Maybe in Indonesia, babarut is not maybe a similar terms that you use, but abdominal binding is the definition of babarut. Now, herbal drinks such as jamu. I think jamu in Indonesia is very common, so we call it jamu also, but we commonly used also herbal drinks, bertangas or herbal steaming, yeah, and bathing, berdiang or postpartum warming, and pantang or dietary restrictions. So research in Brunei has documented these practices among Malay, among the Kedayan, the ethnicity, and also Lun Bawang communities. So these practices may express care, family continuity, recovery, identity, and respect for inherited knowledge. Okay, so it is actually, practices that is brought down to from generation to generation. And for some women, they also provide emotional reassurance and practical support during confinement. So as healthcare professional, we should recognize this cultural meaning. If we begin by describing a valued practice as wrong or backward, the woman may stop sharing information with us. So at the same time, cultural importance does not by itself prove clinical effectiveness or safety. We need to assess the specific practice, the individual woman's condition, how it is performed, and what risks are present. So the respectful position, neither automatic approval nor automatic rejection. So it is curiosity followed by careful assessment. Okay. Next, this slide gives example of how we actually balance purpose and risk. So with postpartum massage, ask where pressure will be applied, who will provide it, and whether the woman has bleeding, has heavy bleeding, significant pain, wounds, thrombosis risk, or other complications. And then with babarut, which is binding, abdominal binding, consider how tightly it is applied, whether it affects breathing or mobility, and whether it places pressures on a wound or irritates the skin. And with jamu, identify the ingredients, the dose, frequency, and the sources, okay? Check for interaction, allergies, contamination, and also exposure through breastfeeding. And a product without a clear ingredient list, there should raise concern, okay? And with batangas, consider burns, dizziness, dehydration, infection, and exposure of healing tissues to heat or substances. And with berdiang, okay, postpartum warming, you assess fire safety, ventilation, carbon monoxide exposure or overheating, and the proximity of the newborn. We do actually have a couple of maternal deaths, because of carbon monoxide exposure in Brunei. And with pantang, ask what food and fluids are restricted. The plan should still support adequate energy proteins, micronutrients, and hydration, especially during breastfeeding and also wound healing. And our approach is to actually preserve safe cultural elements, explain concern clearly, and suggest acceptable alternative. For example, warmth and comfort may be retained through safer heat resources or safer heat sources and good ventilation. And dietary tradition may be adapted to meet nutritional needs. And shared decision should be documented and concern escalated when necessary. Okay, and for Brunei practice, we actually suggest 5 actions. We ask, we identify, okay, assess, adapt, document. First, ask routinely about jamu, urut, warming, binding, dietary restriction, and actually other practices. Ask in a natural way. Second, identify the details. Record the product or practice, the purpose, the dose or frequency, who provides it, and where it actually takes place. Third, assess the woman's current condition. Consider bleeding, medicine they use, wounds, infection, breastfeeding, and newborn exposure. Do not assess the tradition in isolation from the clinical picture, okay? The fourth one is adapt where possible. Retain the elements that matters to the woman while reducing risk. This often achieves more than a simple instruction to stop. Okay. Fifth, document the discussion and the plan. If there is an uncertainty or risk beyond your competence, refer to the appropriate professionals or service. So in Brunei, the traditional and complementary medicine units support practitioner standards and public safety. So while the nursing board regulates professional nursing and midwifery scope, so midwives should work within this scope. Within this structure and their organizational policies. Now, what then is the midwife professional role? So first, check the scope. Is the activity permitted within regulation, organizational policies, and the midwife's job description? Second, check competence. Has the midwife completed recognized education and assessment for the therapy? Personal interest or informal experience is not the same as professional competence. Third, ensure informed consent. Now, the woman needs a balanced explanation or likely benefits. So, uncertainty, possible harm, and available alternatives. Fourth, document the assessment, advise therapy used, and the woman response. Documentation actually protects continuity and supports learning from outcomes or adverse events. Fifth, refer when specialist review is needed. So referral is not actually considered to be a failure or holistic care. It is actually part of safety coordinated care. So a midwife does not need to become an expert, okay, in every therapy. Every midwife does not need every midwife actually does need enough knowledge to ask appropriate question. Okay, so recognize the risk, provide balanced counseling, and refer and document. So this 5-step framework brings the presentation into one clinical conversation. So ask, assess, advise, agree, and arrange. So let us use a short example. So a pregnant woman say, my family has advised me to take a herbal drinks for swelling. First ask, please tell me what the drink contains, how much do you take, how often you take it, and who recommended it. What benefit are you hoping for? Second, you assess. Swelling may be common, but it may also occur with hypertension or preeclampsia. We assess gestation, blood pressure, headaches, visual symptoms, upper abdominal pain, fetal well-being, and other clinical findings. We also consider product quality and interaction. Okay. Third advice, we explain in plain language. I understand why your family suggested this. We do not have enough reliable pregnancy safety information about the product. Okay, so more importantly, swelling with these symptoms need assessment today. Okay, so we can actually, provide that. And then fourth, agree. Confirm what the woman is willing to do, what she will avoid for now, and which warning signs require immediate help. So record her informed preference. Fifth, arrange. Organize the appropriate assessment, referral, follow-up, communication with the wider team. Okay, now this framework works as it can actually work at booking. It can work at during birth planning or on admission and in postpartum views. So it turns a potentially uncomfortable discussion into a consistent clinical process. Okay. Next, service implementation pathway. So self-integration must move beyond individual enthusiasm. A service needs a reliable, auditable approach. So the first step is to choose priorities. So begin with common needs and lower risk options such as nausea support, labor coping, and anxiety management, and also postpartum comfort. So do not attempt to introduce every therapy at once. Now, the second step is governance. Develop a protocol or contraindication criteria, consent processes, documentation templates, referral routes, and adverse event reporting. Okay. Next is the third step is training and credentialing. So define who is permitted to provide each intervention, what education is required, how competent is assessed, and how it is actually maintained. The fourth step is measurement. So evaluate outcome that matters. pain and coping satisfaction, disclosure rates, use of other intervention, escalation adverse events, and equity of access. So positive feedback alone is not actually enough to demonstrate safety or effectiveness. So the quality question on this slide is important. Can every woman receive the same balanced message or safe response regardless of which midwife is on duty? If the answer depends entirely on enthusiastic staff member, integration has not yet become a dependable service. Okay? So before I end my presentation, this is the takeaway home message for you. So let me leave you with 5 messages. First, ask routinely without judgment, includes herbs, supplement, oil, bodywork, traditional practices, and information obtained online or through AI. Second, use evidence gradients. Avoid blanket endorsement and blanket refusal. State what is known, what is uncertain, and what is unsafe. Third, treat complementary therapies as clinical intervention. Okay? Consider indication, dose, provider, product quality, contraindication, and interaction and outcome. Fourth, embed consent, competence, and documentation. So good intention are not a substitute for governance. Fifth, protect culture, autonomy, and safety together. These aims do not need to compete. Okay, we achieve them through respectful questions, careful assessment, and shared decision. Okay, so the most evidence-based question may also be the most holistic one. What matters to you? How can we keep you and your baby safe? Okay, so if women trust us enough to answer honestly, we have already made care safer. Okay, so that's the end of my talk. So if you have any question, we can actually discuss this further. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we move to the Q&A section, and I will read the question that have been written in the Q&A section. For the audience and participant, you can type your question in the Q&A section. Okay, now we have the first question from Miss Rizky. How has Brunei addressed traditional culture practice that are no longer supported by scientific evidence? For example, in some communities in Indonesia, postpartum mothers are discouraged from drinking enough water, certain nutritious food are restricted, or herbal preparation are applied to perineal wounds without scientific validation. In your experience, is it more effective to eliminate this practice altogether or to modify them into safer, evidence-informed practices while preserving their cultural significance? Can you answer this question, Dr. Sarena?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So it is actually a very, a common question a common practice in Brunei, whereby some of the complementary therapies and herbal medicine that has been restricted, during maybe pregnancy, labor, and also childbirth. In Brunei, prior to actually restricting the complementary therapies, we have the what you call this complementary therapies that are governed under the Ministry of Health. So usually they will identify those practices or herbal therapies that are not safe to be used in Brunei. So it will be announced in the media, okay, from the television, in the media. Usually they will announce that this traditional medicine or herbal medicine is not safe to be taken, okay, during pregnancy, labor, or childbirth. So once the public knows about this, so usually they become aware. So they are actually able to accept that, so they know the risk. So if they come to us, for women, for example, they will bring the traditional medicine that they wanted to actually use, during pregnancy, labor, or childbirth, and we will tell them, like whether it is safe or not safe, and if the midwife are unsure about the safety of that medicine or the oil or the herbals that they use, we have to actually consult the specialist, the consultant, to make sure that it is actually safe to be used during pregnancy. Does that answer the question?
Yes, I think that answered Ms. Rizky question.
Thank
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the session. Thank you so much, Ms. Rizky, for the question. Before the end this session, I will read the conclusion for Dr. Sarena. The presentation highlighting the integration of complementary therapies into evidence-based midwifery, emphasizing that these therapies should support, not replace, standard maternity care while respecting women's preference, cultural values, and clinical safety. It reviews the current evidence for complementary therapies across pregnancy, labor, postpartum care, and mental well-being, showing that interventions such as ginger, vitamin B6, water immersion, massage, and acupuncture have varying level of evidence. Whereas many herbal and alternative remedies require greater caution. The material stress the importance of risk assessment, informed consent documentation, professional competence, and culturally sensitive communication, particularly when addressing traditional practice and AI-generated health information. Overall, it advocates for a structured, evidence-informed, and women-centered approach that integrates complementary therapy safely through collaboration, shared decision-making, and adheres to international guidelines and professional standards. Okay, next, the committee will share the virtual certificate of appreciation to our speakers, Dr. Haja Sarena Haji Hasim from University Brunei Darussalam. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarena,
Thank
for
you very
being.
much for
Yes.
having me.
Yes, thank you so much for Dr. Sarena. This is the certificate of appreciation from the committee. To our honorable speaker, Dr. Haja Sarena Haji Hasim, are there any final thoughts before we end today's session?
Just wanted to maybe provide a conclusion, okay, in relation to my talk. So we talk about AI, in terms of its significance, in terms of contributing to our midwifery holistic care. So AI actually has significant potential. Yeah, we cannot actually, what you could brush them away. Yeah, so it is actually, it helps to enhance complementary therapies, okay, in holistic midwifery care by, improving, for example, personalization, okay, of care. So in terms of safety, in terms of education as well, and also clinical decision making, we as a midwife, healthcare professional, we still actually needs them AI, in terms of checking our practice as well. So, and AI can also support midwife, not only midwife, but other healthcare professional as well. So in terms of, in delivering high quality, evidence-based, woman-centered care while preserving the human compassion and also clinical judgment, that actually are fundamental to the midwifery profession. So maybe the future of holistic midwifery care lies in combining. Okay, we can combine this technology, innovation with empathetic. Okay, with human touch. Okay, so that we can able to provide, individualized support for women and also their families. So that's my conclusion from my presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Dr. Sarena. On behalf of the committee and all attendees, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Haja Sarena Hasim for the excellent presentation. We really appreciate the time and effort you put into sharing your expertise with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarena.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're most welcome. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next speaker. We all have our outstanding presentation from our prominent speaker, who are Professor Dr. Budi Santosa, Magister Science Medical from Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang. Let's take a look at his curriculum vitae. Evening. Good afternoon, Prof. Budi. Can you hear my voice? Okay. Professor Dr. Budi Santosa, Magister Science Medical, will deliver the presentation entitled From Routine Data to High Impact Publication, Smart Strategies for Evidence-Based Research in Clinical Laboratory. Okay, Professor Dr. Budi Santosa, you have 15 minutes for presenting your material.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Prof. Budi, the Zoom is yours.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, respected committee, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be here and to share a topic that is very relevant to the future of medical laboratory sciences, namely transforming routine clinical laboratory data, evidence-based research, data collecting, methodology analysis, publication strategies in indexed scientific journal. We know laboratory data are not only number written on results sheets behind every hemoglobin value, leukocyte count, CRP level, ferritin result, or biochemical parameters. There is important clinical information. If managed properly, this routine data can become valuable scientific evidence, support clinical decision making and contribute to publication in reputable scientific journal. Why is this topic important? This topic is important because the volume of laboratory and clinical data continues to increase every day. Hospital, clinics, laboratories generate high amount of patient data through routine examination. However, in many cases, this data are only used for diagnosis and then stored without further scientific utilization. In fact, routine laboratory data have great potential to answer clinical questions, identify disease patterns, evaluate therapy outcome, and support evidence-based healthcare. All the same, the need for real-world database research is increasing. Researchers, clinicians, and policymakers need evidence that reflect real patient condition, not only control experimental setting. The role laboratory science in healthcare. In clinical practice, laboratory results play very central role. Many clinical decisions depend on laboratory finding, starting from diagnosis, therapy selection, patient monitoring, to prognosis evaluation. It is often thought that around 70% of clinical decisions rely on laboratory results. This means that medical laboratory science is not only supporting profession, but also strategic part of healthcare. from patient symptoms. Laboratory testing is performed, then the result guide clinical decision. After therapy is given, follow-up laboratory results are used to monitor patient outcome. This entire process produces valuable research data. The slides describe beyond diagnosis, expanding the role of laboratory data. Traditionally, laboratory data are viewed mainly as tool for diagnosis and treatment decision. For example, hemoglobin is used to identify anemia, leukocyte count to suspect infection, and blood glucose to diagnosis diabetes. However, in the emerging perspective, laboratory data can be used beyond diagnosis. They can be used to assess disease severity, predict clinical outcome, monitor treatment response, and generate research insight. So we need to shift our mindset. Laboratory data are not only a diagnostic tool, but also scientific asset that can be transformed into evidence. Laboratory data as a research asset. In routine practice, laboratory data are often considered ordinary examination results, but from a research perspective, they are high-value data. Laboratory data come from real patient in real clinical setting. This is what we call real-world data. These data are not created artificially in experimental setting, but collected from actual healthcare services. They also have high volume, which can improve statistically power. In addition, routine laboratory data may have longitudinal value because research trend in medical laboratory science. Currently, research in medical laboratory technology or laboratory science is moving toward data-driven and evidence-based approach. The role of laboratory professional is expanding. We are not only expected to perform accurate testing, but also to analyze data, interpret results scientifically, and contribute to research and publication. It is a great opportunity for medical laboratory sciences with strong knowledge, statistically and research methodology. Routine data can be transformed into meaningful scientific publication. One important starting point in research is identifying the research gap. This is a very important. A research gap refer to an unanswered question, an unexplored relationship, or an area where evidence is still limited. In clinical laboratory sciences, many gaps can be found in daily practice. For example, we may ask, is there relationship between leukocyte count and disease severity? Can CRV predict clinical outcome? Is ferritin associated with anemia status in specific population? This question can become research topic when supported by good routine laboratory data. Research does not always require large global data. Research does not always require global big data. Of course, big data are important for global health trend, international surveillance, and population level analysis. However, local clinical data are also very important. Local hospital data set can help us understand regional disease pattern, local population characteristic, and rare clinical case. For example, data from hospital in Central Java may provide different insight compared with data from other countries. This local evidence is very valuable because healthcare problem are often influenced by local context. To become evidence, data must go through several transformation steps, from data to information to knowledge and finally to evidence. Raw data are simple examination results. And when we analyze relationship between variables, the information become knowledge. For example, the relationship between hemoglobin and nutritional status, or leukocyte count and degree of infection. Evidence is product when the analysis so significant can and clinically meaningful finding, such as low hemoglobin being associated with poor patient outcome, or leukocyte becoming predictor of disease severity. Evidence-based research mean research that use real data and analyzes them systematically to produce scientific evidence that can be used in clinical practice. There are four important characteristics. First, it is based on real-world data. Second, it uses scientific methodology. The third, it can be replicated and validates. Fourth, it has clinical impact that can be analyzed. Therefore, evidence-based research is not only about producing statistically, it is about generating findings that are scientifically valid, clinically meaningful, and useful for improving healthcare. This is described about research workflow for multi-center laboratory. In multi-center laboratory research, the workflow usually starts from hospital laboratory data. These data are then collected using a standardized format. After collecting, the data must be cleaned and validated to ensure accuracy and consistency. Then data from different hospitals or sources are integrated into one dataset. After integration, statistically analysis can be performed. The final goal is to produce evidence that is not only statistically significant but also clinically relevant. Data source, the several sources of data in laboratory-based research. One important source is the laboratory information or laboratory information system. LIS has several advantages. It provides structured and standardized data, has a large volume, and is relatively easy to access. However, LIS data may not always be clinical complete. This might be variation and instruments, method, and potential input error. Another source is surveillance data, useful for epidemiology, population level analysis, and long-term trend. However, they are often aggregate, less detailed at the individual level, and may have reporting delays or variation in data quality between regions. Data collected they usually have high volume because many tests are performed every day. Second, They are heterogeneous. Data may come from different instruments, different unit, different reference rings, and different patient characteristics. The third, missing data are common. Not every patient has complete clinical and laboratory information. Therefore, before analysis, standardization is very important. Without standardization, the result may be biased or difficult to interpretation. Initial validation. The first step in data collecting is prepare standardization data set. This data set should include clear variable, definition, unit, and coding system. A standardized data set is important to ensure that every researcher or data collector records the data in the same way. For example, it should be recorded in years. Gender should have a clear code. Hemoglobin should use the same unit. And diagnosis should be recorded using consistent terminology. A good data set is the foundation of good research data. After data collected, we need to perform initial validation. The step include checking data complete, checking consistency with the original source, avoiding input error from the beginning. We also need identify duplicate data, remove and handle missing data, and detect unrealistic value. The next step is data coding, very important because statistically analysis require variable to be clearly defined. We need to identify the type of data, nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio. After that, categorical data can be coded into numbers. For example, gender can be coded as 1 for male and 2 for female. Clinical outcome can be coded as 1 for improve, 2 for refer, or 3 for diseases, depending on the research design. Good coding will make data analysis easier, more systematic, and less prone to error. Data integration mean combining data from several sources into one complete data. In laboratory research, we may need integrate laboratory data with clinical data, demographic data, diagnosis data, symptom, treatment, and outcome. The challenge is that different hospital or laboratory may use different format, different unit, and different system. Integrate hemoglobin with nutritional status to study anemia, leukocyte count with CRP, and culture result to study infection or laboratory profile with outcome to predict prognosis. Ethics in laboratory data research. This is a very important in laboratory data research, especially because the data come from patient. There are several principles that must be fulfilled. First, patient data must be anonymized, so that individual identity cannot be recognized. The second, ethical clearance must be obtained from an ethic committee. The third, confidentially data security must be protected. Fourth, data must be used according to the approach research objective, even though the data are retrospective or routine data. ethical responsibility remain essential. Data analysis. Start from analysis, descriptive analysis. The first type of analysis is descriptive analysis, the purpose to describe the characteristic of the data and the sample. For example, we can describe age, gender, hemoglobin level, leukocyte count, platelet count, or other laboratory parameter. Descriptive analysis include measure of central tendency, such as mean median and mode, as well as measure of dispersion, such as standard deviation, minimum, maximum, and range. This step help us understand the basic profile of our data before performing more complex analysis. Inferential analysis is used to test hypotheses, compare group, and determine statistical significance. For example, we may compare hemoglobin level between male and female patient, compare CRP level between males and several infection among group, or examine whether laboratory value differ significantly between clinical outcome groups. Common tests includes independent t-test, chi-square, Mann-Whitney test, and other parameter on data analysis, parametric or non-parametric tests, depending on data distribution. The key point is that the statistical test must research question and the type of data. Correlation analysis. Correlation analysis is used measure the relationship between two variables. It tells us the direction and strength of the relationship, but it does not prove causality. For example, we may analyze the correlation between leukocyte count and CRP, hemoglobin and ferritin, or platelet count and inflammatory markers. Person correlation is used when the data are normally distributes, while Spearman correlation is used when the data are not normally distribution. Multivariate analysis is used when we want to analyze more than one variable simultaneously. The analysis help identify which factor influence and outcome while control for confounding variable. For example, we may want to know whether CRP, leukocyte count, age, and comorbids can predict disease severity. In this case, multivariate analysis is more appropriate than simple bivariate analysis. Example include linear regression and logistic regression. This analysis is also useful for the developing predicting models. Analysis result and interpretation. This is an important difference between statistical result and interpretation. These are statistical output. Interpretation means explaining the scientific and clinical meaning. For example, leukocyte count, CRP may reflect inflammatory activity, while lower hemoglobin might be associated with more severe clinical condition. Therefore, good research do not stop at number. They must explain what the number mean clinically. Multi-center clinical laboratory data network in Central Java, Indonesia. The slide show an example of multi-center clinical laboratory data network in Central Java, Indonesia. The idea is to develop collaboration among hospital and laboratories to collect routine laboratory data in a systematic way. In this study, the clinical condition include is anemia. The control variable include demography data, gender, age, type of sample, clinical characteristic, diagnosis, symptom, outcome, body mass index, respiratory rate, heart rate, blood pressure, and laboratory profile. The laboratory profile may include hemoglobin, hematocrit, erythrocyte count, leukocyte count, erythrocyte index, ferritin, and other support laboratory parameter. For example of relevant research, this slide provides example of relevant research that can be developed from routine laboratory data. For example, we can study anemia profile in hospitalized patient, the relationship between ferritin and hemoglobin, leukocyte and CRP inflammatory marker or laboratory predictor of clinical outcome. The important message is that many research idea can emerge from daily laboratory practice. What we need is a clear research question, good data management, appropriate statistic analysis, and strong clinical interpretation. The advantage of multi-center data and the challenge of multi-center data. Multi-center data have several advantages. First, the sample size is usually large, which improve the statistical strength of the study. Second, multi-center data include variation in population, making the finding more representative. Third, multi-center collaboration allow research to compare patients across hospital or region. This is very useful for understanding broader clinic trends. Therefore, multi-center research can produce strong evidence than single-center study, especially when the data are collected and standardized properly. Challenge of multi-center data. Although multi-center data have many advances, they also have challenge. One challenge is the different in laboratory methods. Different hospital may use different instrument, reagent, calibration system, reference ranks. Another challenge is variation in data quality. Some center may have complete data, while other may have missing or inconsistent data. Therefore, standardization and system integration are very important. Before analysis, researcher must ensure that the data are comparable, valid, and reliable. Routine laboratory data have great potential to become scientific evidence through proper management, analysis, and interpretation. In conclusion, routine laboratory data have great potential to become scientific evidence when managed, analyzed, and interpreted properly. Medical laboratory professional should not only focus on produce accurate test result, but also on transforming these results into research evidence. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, now we will move on discussion session. I will read the question that. Oh, okay. 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 In the chat box, there is one question from Krishna. I'd like to ask question. How do researchers identify and control for potential bias of confounding variables inherent in routine laboratory data? Can you answer directly, Professor?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Okay. Every day, the data from laboratory increase very variation. How to examine how to confounding variable not research. Of course, we need to identify variable research, only variable research, and confounding variable, of course, not to needs the research. Okay.
Okay, I think that's clear, Professor. Okay, any question from other participant? You can raise hand or you can write on the chat box. Okay, maybe there's no more question, Professor Budi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the session.
Maybe can add answer one question before from siapa tadi namanya?
Krishna.
Ya, Krishna ya. We start from data collection ya. The first step in data collection is prepare standardized datasets. This dataset should include clear variable definition, unit, and coding system. Of course, confounding variable not used to data collection from our research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's clear. Okay, the committee will share the virtual certificate of appreciation to our speaker, Professor Dr. Budi Santosa, Magister Science Medical from Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang. Thank you so much, Prof. Budi, for the speech.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, this is the certificate of appreciation from the committee of the 4th Universitas Dr. Subandi International Conference on Health Sciences. To our honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Budi Santosa, are there any final thought before we end the session, Prof?
Yeah, thank you, moderator and all participants. The conclusion, I need very data from laboratory, not only decision of diagnosis and therapy, but also we use research and publication. This is very important and very important to us to us the personal clinical laboratory research. Through standardization data collecting, ethical data management, and appropriate statistic only is very important way to research and good conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. On behalf of the committee and all attendees, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Budi for the excellent presentation. We really appreciate the time and effort you put into sharing your expertise with us today.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, Professor. Okay, thank you to our distinguished speaker, to all participants. Hopefully, this session will be beneficial for all of us. I ask to leave from this session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sowabandi University. Here is an overview of ICOHS 2026, a two-day international conference advancing healthcare in the AI era.
Together, let's build a healthier future through innovation, collaboration, and care. See you at the 4th ICOS 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end of the fourth plenary session also marked to the end of the day one of our conference. We will see again tomorrow to attend the second of day, 4th University of Dr. Subandi International Conference here at 8 AM. With the agenda of our speaker and oral presentation session. To all the oral presenters, please prepare yourself. Please go to your breakout room and as informed tomorrow. And to all the participants who are not presenting a paper, please join one of the breakout rooms to attend the oral presentation. See you tomorrow. Have a nice ride and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to the 4th ICOS. It is organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences.